Yeah, good day, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry, we're having lots of. There was a change in venue. Um, I'm sorry, let me introduce myself again. My name is Olawale Oyeleye, popularly known as Chief Wills. There was a change in venue, and we had to, because of it was very important. We had to move the venue, and we had to start rearranging the structuring, and that's why we're a little bit late. And then we are also having the technical glitch with leeches. It is from the live chess cloud server that is giving us this issue. We are so sorry about that, but we are bringing you the games in real time. And over here we have, of course, the master of slowest play that is going to start very soon with the commentary. I believe you guys have been enjoying him. Thank you very much. God bless you. Also, I think he will be introducing some interesting guests here today. I think there will be massive, lots of inflows of guests that will be coming to this live stream. So, in the meantime, I would be going because I have to be with the players to make sure nobody is touching or jadooing. You know, it's fun. 2 million naira on the line. So, I'll leave it to Lapite Oluwadurotimi for now. Cheers, guys. 1.5, 1.5. No, you can pick your call now. No problem. No, I can't take. I can't. I'll go and look for a president. Okay, guys. So sorry. I just have to leave at the moment. Cheers. See you guys later. Bye for now.
All right, welcome to the fifth round of the chess duel between FM Callistus and FM versus FM Abdulrahman. The score is tied 1.5, 1.5. This is round 4, and we'll try to break everything down, like what is happening, what they are thinking about. And luckily for me, I have a very strong player in the house who will just be joining me and sharing his insights before he goes for his tournament. The fearsome Afam Indidi Ernest is here, to join me on the show. So we'll try to break the game down from the opening, trying to show you maybe the ideas that the players are thinking about at the moment. And maybe he might even reveal if he's working or not working for FM Callistus. All right. So this is the great Afam Ndidi. Let me introduce him.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here. Honestly, I look forward to having another electrifying match, and hopefully we get to see a decisive game because that's what chess players want to see, right?
Yeah, I want to see blood.
Yeah, we want to see blood today.
All right. So D4. Let's go through the move. So D4, knight F6, and then bishop to G5. So this is the famous Trompowsky opening. Abdurrahman, I think, dabbles with it as white. He plays it from time to time. So I don't think it can be too much of a surprise for FM Callistus. He plays the move pawn to D5. And after, which is a very solid reply. Of course, White's idea is maybe he wants to double the. Normally, one of the ideas is that he wants to capture the knight on F6 and double the pawns. Yeah. Maybe you capture with the G pawn or with the E pawn, double the pawns, and then try to say that he has a better structure and.
For the price of the bishop.
Yeah, for the price of the bishop. But here, Callistus is not even afraid, so he plays D5, not afraid of spoiling his structure. So he just goes on with D5. And then after the move, this was not played in the game. The move played in the game was E3. So this, this one is just continuing to develop his pieces. He just says, okay, my bishop is outside the pawn chain. I continue to develop my pieces. And all right, do you have any insights for us on this particular opening?
I actually feel it's kind of surprising because his decisive game with White, he actually went for a different opening. So I was expecting he goes for it again, honestly.
Well,
but yeah, we get you want to switch things up, but like I said, whatever works, you repeat it. So, like you said, this is something he plays a lot, and I'm sure during preparation, Callistus must have looked at this quite a lot. So, let's see how it goes.
Yeah. So I wanted to address what you said. You said something about if you find a winning idea, you just play it. But the thing is that Abdurrahman probably respects Callistus a lot, so he feels he will have checked the game they played thoroughly with the engine and with the help of maybe his seconds and his friends, and so he feels like repeating it would not even give him any advantage, and decided that okay, let's just switch and let's test him somewhere else and see actually if he knows his stuff in the Trompowsky. So e3 played, and then Callistus played the move knight e4, very principled move, attacking the bishop and asking the bishop to declare his intentions. So bishop f4 is played, keeping the bishop and putting it on a very nice diagonal. Of course, bishop h4 is another move, but I think bishop f4 is the better move. After bishop f4, c5, played by Callistus, striking in the center. This is this I think is good chess, good solid chess. Just develop your pieces, strike in the center, and see how it goes. Bishop d3. All right, so bishop d3. What to say about bishop d3?
Bishop d3. I really don't know. I think knight f3 would have been my choice.
Yeah, so if we check the database on Lichess, it seems like, just let that come up a bit. It seems like bishop d3 has been played a few times. However, the database, okay, bishop d3 has been played a few times. There's Nakamura, Mamidiarov, Nakamura, Dudupoga, and a lot of games. This all date back to 2014. So here, I think it's based on structure. There's no, you are not, it's not a move by move, it's not a move by move, like opening prep. So probably he just has an idea he wants to try. Although right now we are not yet clear what the idea is. So bishop d3 played, it has a lot of games in the database. Okay, bishop d3, e6 played, just continuing development of his pieces, sensible development. Maybe the bishop goes to e7 or d6 and then you just castle, yeah?
a6 also developed the bishop, so it's protecting the c pawn.
Yes, yeah.
In case he wants to capture.
Yeah, alright. So bishop captures on e4. Now that is an interesting move.
He did capture.
Yes, he captured on e4. So probably this is all part of his preparation, because I can still see that his time is saying 1:30. That's 1 hour 30 minutes, and that's the time they start with. So if he plays bishop captures on e4, that means he still knows something about the position. So okay, he has given up this very nice light square bishop on d3 for the knight. Okay, let's see how he follows
I don't know, having
knight
a pawn on e4, I think that's, will you play f5 in this position?
So the thing is that if you come to the board and your opponent is playing all his moves fast, you begin to hesitate to play a move like f5, because suddenly, okay, you have weakened your king a slight bit, maybe like queen h5 ideas and stuff like that, and you are also, your opponent's play is coming very fast. He's going to play something like queen e2, queen something, or queen d2, and just castle to the queen side. What happens? Are you not too much behind in development? These are the kind of things you'll be thinking about, that okay, all these pieces are just coming into the game very fast. Should we be afraid of something? Especially because your opponent still has 1 hour 30 minutes on his clock, so you begin to doubt all your decisions.
I feel a common idea in setups like this is actually queen b6.
Queen b6, yes,
yeah.
Putting pressure on
it since the bishop has gone out.
However, there is the fact that, like I mentioned, black is far behind in development, so he might not even mind. So a move like queen b6, you just play queen d2, preparing to castle maybe, and queen captures on b2. Let's put something like that on the board. For example, of course not in this position, but just to illustrate something.
Yeah, sure.
Queen captures on b2, rook b1, and the problem is that knight b5 would hurt. Moves like knight b5 start to look like very scary. If you don't know what is happening on this board, you might just burn all your time trying to figure out if this is good or not. So that's probably why he will not play queen b6, because if you're not going to take the pawn on b2, then why play queen b6? Yeah, it might be very tricky. Okay, so knight c3, attacking, very direct move, attacking the e4 pawn. All right, Callistus plays the move pawn times d4, pawn times d4, e times d4, and then bishop b4. All right, just pinning it and trying to continue sensibly. So I guess there are options here. There is queen. I feel there should be queen g4. There should be queen h5. Maybe knight e2, and I think that's what he went for. He went for knight e2. Yeah, knight e2. Just making sure that he's ready to capture back on c3 with the knight, and he's still putting pressure on the e4 pawn. So maybe he's ready to castle now and just capture the e4 pawn. And the thing is, a move like f5 might actually be met by f3. Let's see what happens. So castles is played, and then I guess he's going to castle, and then f5. Aha! So just like I mentioned, f5 is met by f3, trying to make use of, trying to get his pieces, trying to break. Okay, so the important thing here is that the pawn on e4, it's
yes, you don't want a pawn on e4
your development. So playing f3 and challenging the pawn on e4, and then if captures, which I think happened in the game, f3, e times f3. All right. So e times f3 happened in the game. Rook captures on f3. You can claim that this pawn on e6 is a bit weak. This bishop on c8 is a bit, it's a bit of a backward. It has to defend maybe the pawn, and you have the e5 square for your pieces.
Very important e5 square.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So I think this is the current position that we have. So it's very imbalanced position. Black has the bishop pair. However, right now the bishop pair is not really showing its powers yet. And white has a very nice structural advantage. Like I mentioned, he has a grip on the e5 square. He has a weakness on e6 to attack, which he can do maybe with, he can even decide to bring some pieces to bear down the e6 pawn and tie down Black. He also has some ideas of knight b5 and bringing the knight somewhere. It's not really clear, but the knight and the bishop, they cover some dark squares.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, so it seems like, except we are missing something, let's put this as the main line, except we are missing something, visually it looks as if white has come out from the opening with some, even if it's not an advantage, it seems like he will be more comfortable. His moves seem to flow better right now than black.
But how would you move your pieces if you were black? So how would you catch up? Because black really has to catch up now, or unless he will get blown off the board.
Yes.
Like the rook is already going to the king's side. The king is there. The bishop has that e4, e5 square.
Yes.
And they're just looking very good. So what should black be doing in this kind of position?
Well, that's a very tough question. That's a very tough question. So, okay, ordinarily you want to complete your development somehow. You want to complete your development somehow. Well, the question is how. So my first instinct was maybe to play something like b6. Wow, and it's played because you want to bring your bishop to b7. Even if you want to sacrifice this pawn, just play b6, play bishop b7, and try to, because okay, what white doesn't have is that it doesn't have a light square bishop.
Yes.
So you want to make sure that yes, you have to try to make sure that your own light square bishop is stronger. So you want to play something like b6, but I needed to calculate carefully before suggesting b6 because I had to look at maybe moves like knight b5s, moves like bishop e5 and rook g3. So this was what I was trying to see to be sure before suggesting the move b6. because ordinarily, positionally, that's what you want to play. However, bishop e5 and knight f4, what happens? The e6 pawn, and with the idea of rook g3 and with the idea of queen h5, it starts to look scary. I wouldn't play that. Like I would want to play b6, but I would like to think for like 30 minutes before committing.
This is where you take a nap.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm famous for that. So yeah, this is where you just have to put your head on the table, or hand your head and just go think for like 30 minutes, trying to figure out how not to be blown off the board. Because
I think we've mentioned a lot of good things for white,
Yeah.
but can you spot like black's good squares? Like I'm looking at that d5 square for black. If you can get a knight there.
yes, I consider that, but then
So if the bishop goes to the light diagonal, then
Yeah.
you get a knight to that square. You
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, so what I considered what you just said, but then I saw, like, if you play b6, which has been played on the board, and you try to say, oh, this square, but then white can just play knight b5 and then pawn to c4, and then the pawn on c4 controls the d5 square.
Oh yeah.
So that was why I was hesitant to say, I wanted you to use those squares, like, oh, say knight, I was thinking about that, like knight d7, knight f6, bringing the knight to d5 at some point, but then just knight b5 and c4, and the c4 pawn just controls that. So that was why I was hesitating for a bit. But yeah, I think maybe this is what he wants to do. He wants to play bishop b7, maybe bring the knight here to help to defend the king side, and maybe even trade off the bishops and then try to use the light squares like you said. But maybe not the d5 square, but the e4 square.
Yes,
So knight
d4
f6
square.
to e4. Yeah, and then bishop b7, and then you set up a blockade on the light squares, something like that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that should be what is.
But yes, we have to calculate the direct moves, knight b5. Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have to calculate it somehow. Does it work? Is it good? Is it just?
I think it's just the one move threat. Right now, black is down and underdeveloped. So if you take your knight there and he just plays knight to a6, although we don't want our knight there, but in the
then
future,
if you don't want your
but
knight there,
at least it's better than it was before.
no. But the problem is knight b5.
Knight b5,
I don't think
knight
knight
a6.
a6 can be good, because after, let's say, pawn to c3, then that means that this knight, where is this bishop going to?
Yeah,
That means this knight forever will be on a6, because first of all, it can't go to these squares. It can't go to these squares, and you would want to kick away this knight on b5 with pawn to a6.
The bishop will probably have to do that.
Yeah, but
Maybe
if you give up your bishop,
to not. I'm thinking of bishop to b7,
okay.
and thus.
And
Oh, the rook cannot move because the a pawn is hanging.
yeah, so that's so this
That's
knight is
good.
very, very powerful. Yeah, and this knight will just look silly for a long time in the game. That was why so that was why knight b5 is actually, is something you have to
But
consider.
you have to. If he goes knight b5, you have to play, don't you?
Well, that's the question. I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can actually play a6 with the idea of knight c7, rook a7.
Oh, do okay.
But it's not clear. I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
it might
it's
be
a
possible.
possibility.
Yeah, it might be possible to do that. It might be possible.
And I think. Okay, no, it doesn't work. If you play a6, knight in, you play rook up, then he takes the pawn on e. Your
No.
knight is hanging.
No, but knight is not hanging. The queen is covering. Okay,
No.
let's see.
This the
A6.
knight on b.
Yeah, it's not hanging. Rook here, and then if the knight captures, bishop
Okay,
captures,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
the
yeah.
queen covers the rook and the knight.
The knight, yeah.
Yeah. So, but what I was thinking was along the same lines, but let's say here. I'm not sure if it's immediately. Maybe here, 9.
You don't want to go in if you're not seeing your.
Yeah.
Go
So I was
your
thinking
way
to
out.
either that to start with c3, but does it work?
It starts. I think going for things like that is like going out of You can just play on the king side. I think white should play on the king side and abandon those ideas unless it's clear.
Yeah, you just no, it's just that something you have to calculate to be
Yes,
sure. But
yes.
okay, so a move has been played very quickly. A3. I understand. Okay, not quickly. It spent like about 7 minutes thinking about it. A3. A3, yeah. Wow.
Hmm.
So he's
Asking the bishop some questions.
yeah. The bishop is definitely not going to capture. That seems generally
But there are still options. Will you challenge the
the
dark square
bishop.
bishop?
Yeah, but he has played it very fast. So maybe he has foreseen that that's a possibility, and he was maybe had calculated it during his opponent's thinking time that okay, what will I respond with A3 with bishop E7.
I think that bishop on B 4, it wasn't really contributing. So you chasing it back. Now
D5.
it's adding to the
D5.
D5. Bishop to B6, pinning it to the rook maybe.
Bishop to B6, yeah.
B7.
And D6. Bishop to C, F6. Because I'm trying to understand why he played A3. A3 so fast. He must have had an idea. Because, for instance, I was thinking that the bishop was vulnerable
Yeah.
on D4. I was calculating, if we go back a bit, I was trying to calculate the line knight B5, A6, and maybe pawn to C3, something like this, where, and then you'll be able to use the bishop on this diagonal, or something like this bishop. The fact that this bishop is vulnerable, you'll be able to, try to do some things. But okay, not necessarily C3 here, but you probably understand the idea. So I'm surprised that he played it so fast. Interesting. Even a direct, there were so many moves to come.
Yeah,
I'm surprised. Why are these people playing so fast? Because I feel like this is a really, really critical moment. You have come out of the opening with what looks like an advantage. Your opponent had played a move like pawn to B6, which looks like it might be good, or it might be vulnerable to some practical ideas. And here you just play the move A3 and Queen D2 so fast. I'm shocked. I don't even understand. I'm shocked. Like, for instance, after A3, let's go back to what happened in the game. After A3, so fast. After A3, we're talking about D5, bishop B7. There was also the option of maybe rook D, trying to play here. And also there were some interesting options to consider for both sides. So it's very strange that you just make the move so fast. I'm not saying that these moves are any good, but it seems like there were possibilities, and the critical moment just passed by. I don't understand. If you can help me, because I really don't understand why they are playing. I would be spending like some, at the very least here, after rook f3 b6, I would try to spend like 10 minutes to 15 minutes to figure out how exactly it is I want to place my pieces. Is it bishop e5 like I mentioned, and rook g3?
Yeah.
Is it knight b5? Is it an immediate d5? Is it really a3? Or is it possible to play some queen somewhere and then rook d1 and d5? So many interesting possibilities. So to just play it so fast, it's almost criminal.
Maybe he has a different idea, but how I want my pieces is to just focus on that king side. The queen side is looking very ripe.
I would even consider moves like knight d4. Instead of this knight d4, something. Just moves that look like they threaten our opponent's existence. Okay, so I mean, the players have played their moves. So a3 has been played. Bishop e7 was played. After bishop e7, we had queen d2. Okay,
Queen D2.
sorry, we might be having some network. Okay, queen d2 was played, bishop b7. Now actually black is beginning to look like it's
alive.
Yeah. It feels like the first critical moments have been you have escaped them.
But the e pawn is still a
Yes,
problem,
but the
though.
e pawn. Yes, the e pawn.
If he can solve the e pawn, then
However, is it not possible to sacrifice it?
sacrifice
It
is
is not possible to sacrifice such a pawn. Okay, rook e6. Funny enough, we probably might consider, but it doesn't work. I think rook g3 is just good. Rook g3 is just good. I was looking at g5 or rook g3.
rook g3, then maybe h6,
Yeah, but a6, h4.
h4.
h6, h4, g4.
Yeah, g4.
Although your dark squares are weak, this
And
please
that
kids
pawn
don't
is-
try this at home. Oh, this is okay. So you can get to take this, but he gets to take this. Yeah. Okay, double edged. This might
But
be completely
I'm not-
lost for black or for something, but we're just.
I'm not
exam-
sure
So maybe not
black will want to go for a move like g4.
Okay, but also, why do we need to do anything fancy?
Has he played rook to e3?
No, this
has
is
it
the
been
current
played?
position. Yeah.
Okay.
So rook e3 is what you were suggesting about the e6 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, what about just what about just defending the pawn? What about just defending the pawn?
There are options.
Rook f6.
Oh. Yeah, rook f6 looks good because you could not do rook f6 in the former positions when the bishop was still on b4, but now since white does not want to use the king side,
All right. Sorry for a second about that. Sorry. So rook e3 and putting pressure on the e6 pawn. So rook f6 was something we were looking at. I was also looking at with the idea that okay, black is saying that you think you're the only one that can attack. I'm going to play rook g2, rook g6, and also put pressure on your g2 pawn. Yeah. But maybe it doesn't work. Maybe bishop e5, rook g6, and then knight f4.
no, there is actually bishop g5.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought okay. I thought
Bishop g5, trade the bishop, then you can push the pawn.
No, but you're not trading the bishop here because
Trade
it
the
comes with
bishop.
a check.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Comes with a check. So that's why I was thinking bishop e5, then rook g6, then knight f4, and I think this pawn is falling. Yeah. Rook g4, knight e6, rook g2, queen g2, of course, and then bishop here, knight here, bishop. Okay, doesn't have to take, but we can already see that definitely white
Yeah.
is better here. So we can't play that. We can't go that way. So maybe rook g6 is not the move. If not, then maybe you have to play something like.
But it
queen
does
d7.
have the options of rook h6 though, still keeping an eye on the pawn, but
Oh, okay.
the pieces
yeah, it
are-
starts to look as if you are misplacing them a bit.
the pieces are looking misplaced.
Yeah, but it might, after looking at it for a while, it might, okay, queen d7 has already been played, so that was the other option that was there. So the reason I was reluctant to play queen d7 was
the knight. You
yes.
want that square for the
yes,
knight.
I wanted the square for the knight, knight d7, knight f6. This was why I was holding on play suggesting queen d7. because you want to maybe play knight d7 and then the knight can come to the e4 square. So, but by playing queen d7, now the knight's only good square is maybe c6. Maybe that's also good, but it was. I
It
was
could
just
still
hesitating.
maneuver to a6 then c7.
Yes, definitely. But it
A6,
will only get to
C7.
the d5 square, which might be fine. Which might be fine.
Or a6 c7 e8 then.
Yeah,
If you can travel.
Yeah, that's a long journey. I don't think why
If you
to
can-
wait.
If you can travel.
Why to wait for us to do that? Yeah, but these are options because we just want to complete development. You always want to think about your pieces, knight a6, knight c7. These are options that have to be considered. Knight a6, your idea is good. Knight a6, knight c7, knight d5. Maybe just exchanging
Yeah.
some of the pieces and maybe trying to survive. Well, okay, maybe not trying to survive, but bringing your pieces into the game.
If you go to c7 though, there is a
Yeah,
tactics to gain a point. Bishop takes then.
Yeah,
rook
but then
takes.
you
then
get the
you
two
lose the two bishops.
Yeah. So this is what we are saying. Let's say knight a6. Okay, sorry. Let's bring the piece into the game. Let's say on f1, on e1, then knight a6. What can we play to illustrate our points? Let's say b4. It's not a great move, but it illustrates the point. So knight c7. This was what we're discussing. Rook e6. But is it enough? Doesn't look like it's enough. Maybe bishop d6, yeah? It looks as if the pawn is more important than the two bishops here, especially you have some threats.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, maybe you can sacrifice the pawn like this. So if that's not possible, then that means the direct knight c6 has to be what we have to consider here. But direct knight c6, we always have to be watching for d5s.
That's why I did not want to put the knight on c6.
So for people at home, this is the current position. You can see that on our live cloud server. But this is our analysis board. We are trying to look at some moves. So rook d1 is what we are considering. Maybe so that we can meet knight c6 with d5. Maybe, potentially. So then, okay, yeah, rook d1. Why not? Bring all your pieces into the game. That's what they always recommend.
There's also rook e1.
Yeah, there's rook e1, which we I think that was our previous variation here, rook e1. So this rook d1 is our new idea, trying to say, okay. I know what you want to do. You want to play knight c6. You want to play d5. So how do we assess this? Good, bad?
I feel that pawn, I want to take the pawn for free and not trade it.
Yes, but however, you are gaining so much activity. You have to consider it.
Yes,
I understand.
of course.
I understand that you want to just win the pawn, but suddenly the knight is fantastic. So what to consider here? King h8 are these options, so that nothing comes with check and everything is good.
There's also the option of rook a to e.
Okay, rook a to e8. Yeah.
Yeah. No, not to e, to d. Sorry.
Okay, rook a to d8. Okay, rook a to d8.
Wait, did we miss, or we did not want bishop to, because there's a pin, you see that.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5, yeah.
But bishop c5.
When
knight
did
f6.
that happen?
That was not. I don't think that was working. Bishop c5, for example. Is there not knight f6? And then we win the queen.
No, I mean the pin has been there for a while, I think.
Okay, after d5.
Yeah, after d5.
Bishop here, but we win the white wins a lot of material.
You take with the queen.
Take
It's
with the
like
queen.
a 2-for-1 kind of situation.
And then just play knight d4. Ooh, not knight d4.
Knight
doesn't
d4,
work.
bishop
Bishop
takes because
takes
there's a
d4.
mate
Yes, yes, there's a mate
threat.
Takes d4. Okay, so it's not so easy. Maybe knight g3. Maybe knight g3.
Rook to d.
Rook d8, then just queen e2. I hope this is working. However, there's an interesting idea. Maybe
Yeah.
e5, yeah?
Yeah, I was looking at e5.
And then rook
No, then bishop takes,
f4.
getting mate. Bishop takes the rook. The queen cannot take because of the mate threat.
Of course. So maybe bishop c5, yeah?
Yeah, so that pawn push has a different idea. It's a lot to look at if you push the pawn.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I agree. The queen coming to this diagonal is strong. So maybe not d5, yeah?
Maybe
Exactly.
there's even another idea of the queen. It does gives me an idea. Instead of developing the knight, which brought about this whole development, queen
Play
here,
queen
yeah,
c6
then
before
the
playing
knight can
d7.
go to the d7,
Fantastic.
and it comes with a tempo because you're threatening mate.
Fantastic, yeah? However, for one moment, we are behind in development.
Oh, what about the
D5.
pawn push? Yeah.
And if ed, then knight d4, I believe, might be the move I am considering. However, there's also rook captures, okay?
Rook captures pawn
Pawn
push.
push, then knight d4. So that's not good. Okay, so this rook captures is just fine. Then
Yeah.
pawn to d4, then knight captures, and we are
Queen is
protecting.
protected.
So that means maybe the immediate queen c6, even though it's
Isn't
positionally
working.
desirable, it
Yeah.
doesn't work because of d5, yeah? Okay, so let's see if there are any people that want to say anything. Okay, so someone is saying what the score is. Let me put that here. After 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 3 rounds, yeah. After 3 rounds, 1.5.
Each.
1.5. This is round 4. Okay, so this is the 4th round of the 6th round tournament. The current score is 1.5, 1.5. There have been 1 draw and 2 wins apiece. And yeah, this is the 4th game, and both of them are fighting a strategic battle. So the moves that we suggested have been played. Let's go back to the live board and see what has happened there. Here, after, so here he played rook d1. I think he saw some of the things and he wanted to have d5. Because I was trying to channel Abdulrahman's spirit. He likes to play some bricks. He doesn't like to maneuver and play for a weakness. He likes to, play for activity and make sure that his pieces are just in the center and dominating. So yeah, I suspected he would play something like this. So knight a6.
Knight a6.
Like we talked about, maybe with the idea of knight c7. Well, at least, maybe
I
not
really
with that
like
idea,
that
but at
knight
least
C7
to
position.
bring the rook into
Yeah,
the
to
game.
bring the rook into the game.
So maybe the knight stays here for a while, but the rook then comes into the game. Yeah, but the knight feels so awkward here.
Yeah. Did we find anything wrong with knight c6?
No, we
Because
did
we're
not.
seeing some nice variation
no,
after the pawn
yeah,
push.
we did not. We did not. We were trying to check all the
Yeah.
alternative ideas here. Yeah, we didn't find anything immediately wrong with knight c6, but it's possible that maybe after knight c6 and maybe he didn't continue the calculation after d5 and it just felt like
Yeah, he doesn't want d5 to happen. Because if you don't play bishop to c4, d5 is looking very strong.
Yeah, but maybe even this. Is it possible that maybe we are also missing something?
Let's see.
Okay, so we said captures, which looks like is there? Are we missing anything with captures or anything like that?
The captures looks good for black.
Okay. Yeah, but what else to do? King H1, no. King H1.
King H1, they'll just take the rook and then save the knight.
Yeah, okay. Save the knight how?
Or take the pawn
Take the
and
pawn
try to regroup.
and then play the king H8. Getting out of the checks. Getting out of all the discovered checks.
Yeah.
So that's not an option. So maybe taking on C6 has to be played. Taking on C6 has to be played. And after taking on C6, queen captures is what we looked at.
Yeah.
And the pin remains, and it's difficult to defend this guy here. Very difficult to defend. Do you see anything?
No. You have to move the knight.
Yes, probably.
Any
Start
other
sacrificing.
when you do that, it's still there. Or you do that, the queen takes, you trade queen, but the pin is still there, so
Yeah.
you gave the piece back, then you lost the rook on top.
Knight C1, knight G3.
Funny enough, I just saw something we missed. When the knight moves, we can just go E4, the E5 directly.
Yeah, but I thought the inclusion of rook D8 also was nice to include rook D8 before E5. Since E5 we
This
still have.
one is looking a bit more tricky because now you taking that rook is coming with check with the queen. So
Okay.
because the
So-
queen is
So we believe that knight C6 was good then. Because if it works, then it works.
yeah.
So if knight C6 is good, then maybe you have to play a move like rook D8 first. Yeah? Before you can. Okay, so let's go to the live position. Rook E1 was not played. Rook D1 was played. This is the main line. Rook D1 was played. Knight A6 was played. We looked at this a bit. We're not really convinced, but it at least allows the rook
yeah.
to enter into the game to any of these squares. So Queen E1 played by FM Abdulrahman, trying to play for D5, using the fact that he wants to play discovered attack on the queen. At some point, Rook E1 was played, saying, okay, D5 you can play, but I also have some counter ideas on the E file, so you have to be careful. So it's going to be calculation. It's going to be a lot of calculation now. So I think we can say D5 still doesn't work because of bishop. Yeah, right.
If you want to play D5, you have to get that king out of the way.
Yeah. So okay,
And
but
that
starting
will
with
cost you
King
more
H1,
time.
yeah, starting with King H1, you start to feel uncomfortable that but also there is a subtle idea or not so subtle idea that you are putting pressure on.
Yeah.
On
But I think that's why rook came to E, so
yeah,
the
to
bishop can move
put some extra
and thus.
defense.
I think black is starting to come back. Into
Yeah, I
the
think
game.
black is fine. Yeah, I think black is. I think except there is something we are missing now. I think the worst is kind of over for black right now. He has mobilized his pieces and is ready. So yeah, it seems like they just went through the critical moment and now they have this position.
So what to do now?
Are you sure you don't have a tournament?
No, they are yet to start.
Okay.
Just asked.
Okay, so this is the current position. Rook E8.
Okay, I think pairings are out, so
Alright.
I'll probably have to leave now.
Alright, so the great Afam indeed, the Ernest has to, he has been wonderful in analysis, pointing out some nice tactical ideas.
And some fishy moves.
Nice tactical ideas. We try to look at some other moves together. So, but he has to go for the chess size tournament now. So thank you very much
Thank you.
for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Alright.
it was nice. So for now, I'll try to guide you solo. This won't be easy. The tactical eyes of Afam Ndidi we do not have. But okay, we'll try our best to see. We'll try our best to see if we can do justice to this. So Bishop E5, yeah. Bishop E5 has been played. So generally, you want to maybe bring the rook to G3. I don't know. Let's see what the current position is. So Queen E1, Rook A E8, Queen E1, Rook A E8, Bishop to E5. So let's make this the main line. So this is our current position. This is our current position. So I feel like the tactical issues that black had have been solved because now its pieces are coordinated so the only thing now is can white play for some positional ideas, which means exchanging the right pieces. For instance, if he gets to exchange some pieces in the ideal way, he might just be, much better. If he exchanges the bishops, exchanges this knight, and then he gets a knight to maybe E5, he will then have a good knight versus a bad bishop and long-term advantage. However, you are not white is not obliged to, black is not obliged to, follow down that path. He'll try to resist. All right. So Rook F7 has been played. Rook F7 has been played, and white is now pondering his move. So we'll take this opportunity to take our first short break. Where we would be advertising the Royal Rex Hotel. The Royal Rex Hotel, which is fantastic. If you are in Lagos, you just need to check it out. It's amazing. So the Royal Rex Hotel advert shall be coming up right now. All right. I'm sorry about that. So there was there was a problem with the audio. So I was trying to show what I think his idea is here. Knight f5, knight d5 was played, knight captures on d5. I thought his idea was after quick captures. Thank you, Dr. Odum there for and Mr. Edward for telling us that the mic wasn't working. So yeah, I thought the idea was, I thought, okay, queen, rook f6, rook captures an f6. It looks as if you are winning the exchange, but maybe f4, with the idea that you are trying to chase the queen away, and if the queen is distracted, of course, the queen definitely won't take. But if the queen is distracted and takes on this square, then you can play queen captures on g2. It took me a second to see that move. So it seems like FM Callistus has seen everything. Knight d5. So I believe we're expecting queen times d5, except there is now something else. Maybe then to play c4. Saying, okay, I see your idea. You want to play after knight f6 here, check. Rook captures an f6, bishop f6. You want to play f4 and make use of this diagonal. So I won't let you do that. Instead, I would play the move pawn to c4 and chase your queen away. Once, let's say after pawn to c4, sorry about this, after pawn to c4, and then the queen moves to a square, then you play then you play knight check. Wow, this is it possible to play knight check? Knight check, and then after rook captures to play d5. Is such a thing possible? So let's check it out. Knight check, rook captures, and then d5. But it's not, doesn't work. I don't understand. Can someone please point out to me in chat why queen captures was not played? I'm a bit confused. Because I thought, okay, his idea is pawn to c4, but pawn to c4 also doesn't seem to work. Pawn to c4 also doesn't seem to work. I'm a bit confused. What's happening? Is it possible that FM Callistus simply missed the move knight f6 check? That's just bizarre. If he missed the move knight f6 check and he didn't calculate it, that's just bizarre. I don't think that's possible. That can't be possible. It can't capture with the pawn, or am I missing something? Rook captures, and then when the bishop captures, I don't understand it. Oh, now I get it. f4. And now, after queen captures on f4, you can then capture on f6. Okay, so you see, my tactical vision is zero. My tactical vision is zero. So it was still the f4 move, but you don't need. So what happened was, I thought you needed to have the queen on this diagonal for f4 to work, like in this line I showed. f4, and if the queen captures. But even without the queen on that diagonal, for instance, knight d5, bishop captures on d5, knight f6 check doesn't work, because after rook captures on f6, bishop captures on f6 and f4. Alright, so it took me too long to see that move. And then now you can just capture, and although it's still, I mean, the position doesn't end there, but I believe white is not going to be happy about this. I believe white is not going to, yeah, black has the two bishops, his rook is coming to f8. Yeah, I believe black can be happy about this. So after knight h5, king h8, of course, wasn't played. Knight d5 was played instead. So Callistus quickly exchanged off his worst piece, the knight on d5. Knight captures, and not queen captures, but bishop captures. And now rook to c3. Alright, so although you have solved the tactical problem, there is still just one more thing. There is some pressure coming in. However, I feel like white should be able to solve this. Black should be able to solve all these problems. Black should be able to solve all these problems. So, of course, rook to c3 is threatening rook to c7. Alright. Alright. Yes, so in chat, Edward, no audio, and Dante Fresh, a diamond. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Edward, for the no audio message. Yeah. All right. So this I think is the current position. Let me check. So rook c3 has been played. Right now, I believe white still looks to have a slight edge because of these dark squares. All the dark squares in the position have white written all over it. But for now, it seems like black is solid. But how to respond to rook to rook to c7? There's bishop c6, amongst other things. And we always have to watch out for this knight f6 threat. Check. Knight f6 check. But for now, knight f6, rook times f6, bishop times f6. There is no longer any f4. So apart from threatening this rook c7, you are also threatening knight f6. So how do you even respond? Okay, let's say we get out of this. This is a bit irritating to be calculating it on every move. So let's say black plays the move king h8. This is the lazy way. Of course, there is also the idea of maybe playing rook to c8. But let's look at this lazy way of rook here. What happens after rook to c7? So there's a skewer here, and okay, so rook to c3. How do you respond to rook to c3? I thought this was not a big problem. Okay, let's challenge the rook. Let's play rook to c8. But after rook to c8, there is knight f6 check, rook captures on f6, bishop captures on f6. f4 no longer works because there is no fork here. So I am guessing the queen goes to, let's say it goes to g4. Let's say it goes to g4. And white has won the exchange. So you don't want this. So king h8. King h8. Threatening rook to c7. How do you respond to this? King h8 threatening rook to c7. King h8. Rook to d8 has been played. I'm very shocked at the speed at which these guys are making their moves. Like it's really shocking to me. Okay, sorry, not rook d8, rook to c8. However, if rook to c8 is played and knight f6 check, it's absolutely forced. You have to play rook captures on f6. I don't just see anything else. It's a check, you have to take, bishop takes, and like I mentioned earlier, f4 doesn't work because now you have the move queen to, I believe here, I think queen to g4 or g5 is also good. So, but queen to g4, and black loses the exchange. And black loses the exchange. You will try to capture this pawn later, maybe with the bishop or with the pawn. Okay, maybe black plays bishop here and tries to resist by pushing his a pawn. If he can get it all the way to a2, that would be fantastic. But in that time, it feels as if there will have been an attack on the king side with rook f1, rook captures on f4, maybe rearranging to attack on h7 or to play h4, h5, h6, and white might be better there. So wow, this looks like so yeah, this looks like, it looks like black might be in some trouble, because although the a pawn, you win the a pawn with in that variation, you win the a pawn. Let me show the variation again. Knight here, rook times f6, bishop captures on f6, rook captures on c3, pawn captures on c3, sorry, of course you don't need to give up the f5 pawn. So bishop captures on a3, hoping to push the pawn to a5, a4, a3, a2, and if this bishop can hold this pawn, then it's going to be difficult for this rook to leave the back rank. So I think this is what he's counting on. I don't know if it works, but I think this is what he's counting on. There are some ideas here of check. So maybe check. If the king goes to f7 and then bishop here. And now you can't push the pawn. And if you can't push the pawn, then white is just better. Okay, let's check out this line again, because I feel like this is a critical line. Let's see if we are not missing anything at all. So someone says checkmate, General Junkie. Checkmate where? I can't see the checkmate. So let's go back a few moves to the current position. So the current position is rook to c8. You have to look at rook captures, queen captures, and maybe something on f7, but it doesn't seem to work. But we have to look at it all the same. Queen captures, knight check, knight check, okay, but this doesn't seem to do anything. Knight check, you don't even need to take, maybe you can just go to h8, and after knight captures on d5, pawn captures on d5. However, white is positionally better here. His pieces are much better than black's pieces, and there are some weaknesses that you can try to take advantage of. The major weakness, of course, is the king on h8 is just terrible. The king on h8 facing this bishop. So this would give a positional advantage. This would give a positional advantage for white, a large positional advantage. If it's enough to win is another thing entirely, but it seems like a visually pleasing positional advantage. So this is one option that you probably calculate. Another option that you have to look at is the move that we've been talking about, and that's the move, the direct idea with knight f6 check. Rook captures on f6. Bishop captures on f6. Okay, we have to look at rook c8, but I don't think that's the way we want to go. So rook c8, maybe even rook to g6. Getting out of that position. So this is what I mean, rook to c8, rook to g6. Getting out of that position. Wow, something else entirely was played. I was thinking that this was a winning advantage with bishop captures on f6, rook captures on c3, pawn captures on c3, and then bishop captures on h6. I thought after queen check here, king h7, and bishop to e5, I thought this was a big advantage for white, because the queen is now in the enemy camp, the bishop is on the ideal square, and the rook is coming to a1, and it looked good. Even a move like bishop here can be answered by rook here and rook here, so it was looking good, or even queen h8. So there are so many threats against the black pieces, so I thought this was good. Maybe I missed something in the calculation, but instead he went for the move rook on d to d3. I'm confused. I can't lie to you. I don't know what's happening. Well, okay, we will get to interview the players and know exactly why. We'll get to interview the players and know exactly why they rejected the move knight f6 and rook on d to d3 was played instead. Of course, white is still threatening this move, knight f6. So it's not that the threat has gone anywhere. The knight f6 threat is still there. So we have Chief Wales here with us.
I actually came to clarify this. What exactly, I need to know, what exactly is wrong with the knight f6 immediately when the rook was on e8? Was there a problem with it? I don't understand why he had to bring his rook
Yeah, so
to c3.
yeah, so we're pointing that out, that the problem was after, if this is the position that you're talking about.
Yes.
I hope I'm showing.
Go back.
I hope everything.
Yes,
is,
yes.
Okay.
You do.
So the problem here was after knight f6 looks winning, but rook captures on f6, and then after bishop captures on f6, which looks like you have won the exchange, but then f4. Remember, it's this queen that doesn't allow you, that doesn't allow black to capture. So now after f4, you have to capture, and then opponent captures here. And although you get some pawns for it, but
is that sufficient?
But it's not sufficient.
Just,
it's not sufficient. So
this
was why he played the move rook to let's go back here. This was why he played the move
rook to c3.
Yeah, rook to c3.
Which was interesting, I know.
Yeah.
I think I saw the idea of rook to c3 trying to go to rook to c7.
Yeah. But the what is confusing is why he didn't play it here in this position. That is what actually confuses me a bit.
So what is it? What would be the difference?
Well, the difference is here: knight f6 check. If rook captures,
rook has to capture. Actually.
Yeah, then bishop captures,
uh-huh.
and then f4 of course doesn't work here because you can play the move queen to g4, and there is no fork. The rook has moved to a safe square. There is no fork. And you can just bring your bishop to
mop the pawn.
Yeah, and you've won the exchange. So this is why I'm a bit confused as to why. But like I said, there's also the idea that maybe after f4 the line continues, rook captures, pawn captures, and then you play bishop captures on a3. So let's say you move your bishop to a safe square, which is possible. Also rook here is possible. Well, let's say you move your bishop to a safe square, and then the idea is that maybe you play a5, a4,
and you have those passports on that
yeah,
side,
and
you have two bishops that so
and the bishop will. But I really doubt that this should work. I really doubt that this should work. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I really doubt that this should work for black. So, but okay, the current position is rook on d to d3. I am.
Don't worry, you're in good hands. Let me go check Ugochukwu. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Chief Wills, for chipping in there and asking some critical questions. All right, so the current position, bishop captures on f6, has not been played. Let's go to the live position. Please give me a second. Where is the live position? Knight captures on d5, rook captures on b5, rook to c3, rook to c8, and rook on d to d3. This has been played, and bishop to c4 by black, followed by rook e3. So the moves are coming in very fast. Yeah, so this is the current position, rook on e to e3. Let's make this the main line. All right, so this is the current position. Both players, I'm surprised that in a very critical position like this, both have 52 minutes on their time, which means that they've only spent maybe like 38 minutes each. So both players are really playing in the spirit of chessites. They are playing like as if it's a rapid tournament. But I'm shocked. There are so many important moments. I felt like they just walked past it. Well, like I said, nerves, and it's also possible that maybe they've seen some deeper moves than we have from here. But well, of course, after the game, you have to stay tuned. We would also be interviewing both players if it's a draw, and one of the winner if it's if it's a win, and try to get his insight on what he or they were thinking during game, depending on who we get, if we get one player or both players. All right, rookie 3. It's a position that looks interesting. There are many options. However, we'll quickly take another short break for me to drink some tea, take some water, splash some water on my eyes just in case I've missed some critical ideas. Wow, I don't think we can go yet. F4, a move I've been looking at with the side of my eye, has been played. So black has just decided to give up the pawn, saying that there is a threat of checkmate, or what? Is that the idea? No, that can't be the idea. I thought it was threatening to open the F file so that he would have some mating threats on the back rank. However, that can't be the idea. I believe you can just capture on F4. G5, of course, does not work, so that's not it. Yeah, I believe maybe you just sacrifice the pawn. Why would he sacrifice the pawn? Okay, so I'm going to try to figure this out. So F4. If knight captures on F4, what does he want? As black, what does he want? Well, first of all, he gets the open F file. And, this idea of here. But, of course, white is not going to blunder that. So after knight F4, he would probably play H3 as soon as possible, and there is no problem. Because if F4 just turns out to be a free pawn, then what are we doing? Knight F4. Please, someone should just help me in chat. I have absolutely no idea. I have absolutely no idea why F4 has been played, because it just looks like a free pawn. I understand that there was a threat of knight F6, which was a bit annoying. Which was, a bit annoying, but I didn't think. I thought we could. To play F4 with 51 minutes on your clock, is either you have seen something really deep, or this is just not good decision making. I'm going to lean towards that you have seen something very deep, because I've played both players a lot, and I know that they are both very strong. Each of them probably would, in a 6-game match, they would probably defeat me 6-0. So yes, I know those players very well. They are both strong, and Callistus plays, strong. A lot of, when I play him, he plays strong moves, and he plays them fast. He's known for his ability to put his opponent under pressure on the clock. However, if you play the move pawn to F4, and your opponent captures on F4, I feel like you have to have a follow-up immediately. Like, you just play your next move, and then you just show a lot of confidence that, I've seen everything you were trying to do. I know that knight captures on F4 is not working. But here it just seems as if he just played pawn F4, knight captures on F4, and now he's now thinking anew about the position. Actually, I would like to see the player's body language. Okay, so we have Fide Master Abdulrahman just leaning back, in this pose, like, okay, I've taken a pawn. I have all my pieces on the squares where they are, putting a lot of pressure. Okay, let's see what exactly do you have, and FM Callistus is like this. He has the facial expression of okay. So what is it? How can I put up the best resistance here? Is there a tactical idea that I can find? So it almost seems as if you just play the move pawn f4 and then he's now saying let's now start thinking about the position. Let me give my opponent a pawn, and and then I'll start thinking. Very strange, very strange. So yes, we were about to go on a break before I saw the jaw-dropping f4 move being played. However, I think a break is deserved, and yeah, we'll be back in like the next few minutes once there are some moves, and yeah. All right, stay tuned. We would be advertising the Royal Rex Hotel. All right, welcome back. So some moves have been played. Okay, sorry, just one move has been played, and FM Callistus has put the question to Abdulrahman, asking him how would you respond to this move, bishop to d6. So my first instinct, let's get down to it. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. My first instinct after the move bishop to d6, let's go to the live position. So knight f4 was played, and then bishop d6. All right, so I think we have it. Yeah, so my first instinct here was just to play h3, making sure that you don't blunder any checkmate on the back rank, and your king can just easily hide on the h2 square if ever this knight has to leave this f4 square. So bishop captures on d6, and after, let's say, pawn captures, it's possible. Rook captures, I believe, is also possible. I believe rook captures is also very possible, but I have to be sure about that. Okay, so yeah, just pawn captures, I feel. Okay, so pawn captures, and black seems to just be a pawn down. Maybe he has some compensation somewhere, but generally it seems just to be a pawn down. So that's the first instinct. However, this bishop d6 is a bit tricky. Okay, so if this was his idea from afar, then f4, we can say f4 is like a good move. But if you play f4 and then you take another a few minutes before you play bishop d6, it almost feels as if you were thinking about it. It was after you played the move f4 then you suddenly saw the move bishop d6. But bishop d6 is interesting. However, black is a pawn down, white is a pawn up, and if he finds a way, if he finds a correct way to just consolidate here in this position, he would be winning. So I mean, white definitely has to treat this as a critical position. So bishop captures on d6. I don't think it's a good move. Queen captures, at least on the first look, it doesn't look like a good move. Queen captures, although it might also be good if you consider, let's say, just rook e4 and you protect everything. I think this might also be interesting. You protect everything, and okay, but the line doesn't end there. I was wondering if it was possible to switch to the other side of the board, but you can just capture the bishop. Rook captures, and then rook to c8, I believe should be good enough. King h7, pawn to c3, the line continues, pawn to c3. There was also, going back one move, I think there was also rook to d8. There was also rook to d8 with the idea of course, queen captures, and then you just play queen captures on f4 check, and you are a pawn up in a queen endgame. I think you should be able to convert it. Should be able to convert it, but it won't be easy. But this one, I think rook to d8 is a move here. So so all this is not maybe possible. So yeah, bishop captures on d6 might also be an option. I mentioned h3 earlier. Let's go back here. I mentioned my first instinct being h3, just to create some space for the king to hide. So bishop captures on d6, queen captures on d6, and rook e4. Also an interesting idea. Because of this pin on the rook, it's not so easy for this bishop to move away. So bishop captures on d6 is a move. Let's see. I really hope I have not made a mistake. Okay. think we are good. All right, so bishop captures on d6 and then rook to e4. And then rook to e4. Okay, so someone is pointing out something. It says bishop captures on d6 and then knight to e2 might also just be fine for white, since the rook is pinned and there is no checkmate immediately, and maybe even a move like pawn to. However, yeah, maybe this is correct, but at first it looks a bit scary. For example, what will you do after queen captures on d4? Because if knight captures on d4, I believe rook f8 should be checkmate, and rook f1 should be checkmate. So as white, you are wondering how not to allow something like this. If queen d4, so Mr. Okemute is suggesting the move. Well, it could be Mrs. No, I think this is a Mr. Okemute. Is suggesting bishop d6 followed by knight e2 is fine. The bishop on c4 is pinned. It seems so, but I am worried about. I feel like you have to calculate the move queen to d4. It might not work, but it looks like something you have to calculate. The rook can't move because it's pinned. The knight can't capture because of checkmate. And so only this rook, and so it's not easy. Maybe just b3. Aha, just b3. And white is winning. b3, yeah? But is white winning? No, white is not winning. There's a check here. And it's mate. Yeah, there's a check. So yeah, you have to look at moves like queen captures on d4. Knight e2 looks as if it's defending the pawn on d4, but queen captures on d4. So Mr. Okemute, I don't know, like we said from the beginning of this stream, we are going to try to suffer as much as the players are suffering on the board, so we would not be putting on the chess engine throughout the program until maybe in the press conference, and we are interviewing the player. But so we are trying to suffer as much as the players are suffering, trying to find the reason why they are playing some moves, because the computer could have this position and just say it's let's go back to this position. It could have this position and just say it's 0.00, and then but it's not clear how exactly or what the draw or how to get the draw is. So that's why. So by pawn to pawn, knight to d3. What about h3 after queen captures on d4? Okay. Yes, but the queen now just. So let's go back there. But if you are suggesting h3 after bishop captures on d4, is this h3 something you saw earlier, or it was just after we played the move queen captures on d4, you now started thinking about h3? So h3, I was thinking queen check here, and if the king goes to h2, you can just play. Maybe you can play rook here, threatening checkmate. So if you are white and you're a pawn up, I don't think you want to allow anything like this. Even if like the computer tells you this is winning for white plus 900, or plus whatever 9, which I don't think it is, you would be reluctant to start allowing your opponent's pieces to gain counterplay. So queen captures on d4. Yeah, I was like I mentioned, after knight d4. After knight d4, rook to f1 looks all right. So, okay, so someone said knight to d3. When? Immediately now, knight d3? Or do you mean after bishop captures on d6, queen captures on okay, knight d. I would like to believe that it means immediately, knight to d3. Yeah, so yes, we are trying to find ways to consolidate, but okay, so after knight d3. So the idea, I'm guessing your idea is that after bishop captures, you want to capture with the queen. And then the queen protects the pawn. The queen is active on the, is active here. I don't know if that's your idea, or you want to capture with the pawn, or maybe even with the, but if you capture with the rook, then maybe there's queen captures on d4, maybe. Okay, knight d3 is an option. It's just, because you can't capture with the knight. It looks as if you can capture with the knight, but once again, we should not fall for this rook f1 checkmate threat. So this is why, okay, so knight d3, knight d3. He writes it 3 times. If you write a move 3 times in chat, then I don't think we can ignore it. Okay. I mean, if you are saying knight d3, that means it has to be winning. You feel like this move is the move. Knight to d3. Okay, so a bishop. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So there are 2 options I'm looking at. Rook to f8, breaking the pin on this bishop, and then threatening checkmate. That's one idea. And then the other idea is to just play the direct move. So we are going to calculate the direct move. After bishop captures, rook captures will lead to queen check, I believe. That's not the ideal way we want to play. So either we capture with the queen, or we capture with the pawn. If captures with the queen, there is rook f8, threatening back rank checkmate. So there are 2 moves. There are a couple of moves. h3. So let's check out h3. We are not afraid of this check. It's just one check. But what we are more afraid of is this rook here. Rook here. Queen here. Rook check. Or this is, I don't understand why knight d3. Knight d3 looks like, except you are saying something, it feels like it allows your opponent's pieces to activate. So that's why I'm not sure about this move, knight d3, that you're suggesting. Maybe it's the best move, but I find it difficult. Except maybe you want to play pawn captures on e5. Maybe this is the way that you want to play it. Pawn captures on e5. And if rook f8, threatening mate, then just simply pawn to h3. I'm not sure if I managed to guess your idea correctly. Pawn to pro, pawn to im, says knight d3. I don't know. I'm not sure, because somehow the big problem is that I can't find a place to. Okay, maybe this knight is good on d3, but I couldn't find. I wanted to get the knight to a good square. This was why I was suggesting if we go back here. Okay, so let's see what someone is saying. Person says knight d3, the immediate knight d3, then bishop captures on e5, queen captures on e5, threatening to take on e6. Yes, but then I suggested the move rook f8, threatening checkmate. And you can't, of course, you can't take because the bishop just takes. So that's not an option. And okay, you have to stop the threat of checkmate. How are you stopping that? Do you want to play rook e1? Or do you want to play h3? So it's not the problem of yes, I understand that maybe you gain you've removed some pieces on the board, but suddenly the black pieces are looking. If you're on the board and you're seeing that your opponent's pieces can maybe suddenly become active, you might start to get worried. This is where the problem is, because it seems like maybe the pieces will start to get active. Okay, but let's play rook e1. But then there's rook f5 and this h3 is best. When h3? You mean now h3? Okay, so let's go back to the main position. The two main moves I've really looked at, and I thought maybe could be decent. Bishop captures on d6, queen captures on d6, and then rook e4. Next, you are going to try to play the move pawn to h3, and you can claim that you have solved all your problems. If you are not missing any tactical idea, you can claim you have solved all your problems. However, there is no guarantee that you are not missing an important idea. Then the second option I looked at was to play the immediate pawn to h3. To play the immediate pawn to h3. But then after bishop captures, pawn captures, is it even possible to play rook captures? And then if, oh, okay, now the king has the h2 square. Okay, so it's not possible anymore. All right, so maybe this is the better way to play h3 and then, so I think those are the two options I'm leaning towards. h3 and bishop captures on d6 and then rook e4. I think those are the two options I'm leaning towards. Okay, so in this moment, FM Abdulrahman has spent about 15 minutes already on this move. So he's also considering that, he's also seeing all these variations we are looking at, and he's trying to look for a way that he wouldn't allow any counterplay from black. He doesn't want any ideas of, has to be defending checkmate. He wants to make sure that he can keep his extra pawn, or even give up the extra pawn and have a positional bind. But yeah, if he can keep his extra pawn and make sure that there is no activity from black pieces, like activity where you are threatening checkmate, I think he will go for that. So he's currently pondering his position, and yeah, we'll see what option he goes for. All right, we'll quickly take another short break, and we'll be back in a few seconds. All right, welcome back. It seems like some moves have been played. Okay, just two moves. Bishop captures on d6, queen captures on d6, and white is thinking right now. So we're saying that most likely the move will be rook e4, trying to protect the d4 pawn, trying to protect the f4 pawn, and then maybe following up with h3 or b3, depending on the circumstance. So, but one thing I think we should not do, I believe we should not do, it's not 100% clear, but I believe we should not play the move knight e2, which looks like it's defending the pawn, and is defending the pawn. The bishop can't capture because of the rook check. I think because black can play the move queen captures on d4. I think this works for black, because knight captures obviously doesn't work because of rook f1 check, like we showed earlier, and the other move, rook captures on c4, of course doesn't work in all the lines. h3 also just saying, okay, now let me run with my king, but then there is queen to d1 check, and there is rook to f1 check. And even if this position is better for white, you are just not happy having your king solely being the one under attack. So I believe, if we go back to that point here, I believe that Abdulrahman is going to play the move rook e4, except there's another move, there's another option worth considering. So we should actually look at it. Is there any other option? Are there any tries that we have not checked out? Are there any moves we have not seen? So because it's very interesting that he's thinking right now. If he's thinking right now, maybe he can't be considering rook f3 because there's queen captures on d4. It's a check and you win a pawn. He can be considering it, but it's a check and you win a pawn. So rook e4 looks like the only move. Yeah, okay. Finally, he plays the move rook e4. I was beginning to think, okay, why is it taking so long? Okay, rook e4 has been played, of course. Well, of course, he's not going to blunder the move knight e2 that we showed earlier. So rook e4. Now it's time for us to think for white. For black, all the moves we were looking at earlier, they seemed to be good for white. So let's try to see, is there anything we can do to create some play? Because right now, if white gets two moves, just two moves, he's probably going to be, two free moves, is probably going to be winning this position because of the weakness on e6. The pressure on the c file is one thing, the weakness on e6 the main thing, and the fact that maybe you have a good knight versus what might turn out to be a not so good bishop. So that means that right now black has to find something energetic. Of course, objectively the position might be maybe even lost objectively, but you have to find something that will make your opponent uncomfortable. So we are here, of course, like the players in the playing hall, we are not using any chess engines. So that would make, like I said, it will make us suffer as much as the players, trying to find exactly what the idea is and how they plan on resisting. So this is not easy. So the moves I've looked at the move rook f8, like you can see here. We've looked at the move rook f8. I believe that's the only move I've looked at because I wasn't seeing any other option. Okay, so some things have been said in chat. a3 is best. Knight d3 allows e5. trying to break. Aha, now this is an energetic move. This is the kind of move that you are hoping as black, you are really hoping that it works. So E5. Okay, so pawn captures. And the only justification. Okay, so there are two moves. There's rook captures on f4, and so rook captures on f4. The idea is, of course, pawn captures and rook f1 checkmate. So there's rook captures on f4. Okay, so if rook captures on f4, what are we going to capture with? What are you going to capture with, actually? If you capture with the queen... Okay, so thankfully I'm joined by the tactical wizard, old themes of Africa. He has been the one helping me for a long time, because I think I see strategic moves, but my tactical vision is zero. So here, Mr. Edward was suggesting the move e5. And I was saying that, okay, if captures, then maybe rook captures on f4. Then how does white respond after rook captures on f4? Threatening rook here.
Yeah, and also threatening queen down check.
Yeah. So maybe rook captures on c4, maybe. Because if you capture this rook...
No, you can't capture that rook, that queen down.
Yeah, the queen check.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward, or more than a bit awkward. Maybe it's just even...
Mates.
Or maybe it's perpetual check.
No, it's... Okay, maybe it's perpetual check.
Yeah, maybe it's perpetual check. So that's one option. But what if you instead capture the... No, but that doesn't even work also.
That doesn't work.
No, that works.
Oh, because the pawn is attacking the queen.
Yeah, the pawn is attacking the queen. So
no, but queen check first.
Yeah, but I was hoping that there's rook
yeah.
e1.
So maybe rook takes rook first.
Which rook takes rook?
Rook on c captures...
No, but then you just capture the queen.
Yeah, exactly.
Man. Okay, so let's go back and see if I've missed anything. Okay, so queen captures, you don't have to take with the rook. You can also first start with the check.
Yeah.
But I thought...
The rook, yeah. That's
okay, the queen goes back to
check.
E3, check.
Aha, now we're there.
The queen goes back to d4 check, and it's a double attack.
Yes. So that means that pawn cannot be immediately captured.
It's a double attack.
Okay, so let's go back.
I just want to make sure that we are not missing anything. Maybe it's on b3. And then but it seems
this
like
is a check. This is a check.
No, I meant after, like, for example, let's say queen e3.
Queen e3.
But it doesn't seem like we're missing anything.
No, queen captures...
No, queen can even just capture queen. No?
Queen captures queen, rook captures, rook takes. And then even if pawn push, bishop can always go to a6 or go to e6.
Yeah, but even there's no pawn push because of rook f4.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's go back. So e5 is looking very dangerous. Let's see if any move has been made on board. Okay, no move has been made yet. So e5 is looking very dangerous. I'm liking the suggestion of e5. E5 is looking dangerous.
So e5, what happens with knight e2?
So knight e2, what about the move? It doesn't work here. What about just captures?
Queen captures queen.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. You see, this is why I need it. I don't see tactics at all. Alright, so knight e2.
Yeah.
Knight e2.
The bishop cannot capture because of the rook and the back rank, so...
Yes. So for now, it looks as if everything is held together.
Well, maybe not everything is held together because there's still queen...
Okay, so there's queen there, there's rook there.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll check both of them out. Okay, let's start with the queen here because it looks as if
Queen
you are
f6.
getting off this
exactly
this
the pin.
Yeah. So queen here.
Threatening mate, and then threatening to capture the knight, threatening a lot of things. Although capturing the knight would not be immediate.
No, but rook f3. Rook f3 solves the problem.
Okay, so with rook f3, now I think queen can.
Maybe rook f3 solves the problem. And the activity.
I was looking at
is,
queen c6.
Yeah, but queen c6, then the rook captures f7.
Okay, because of the threat of
Yeah,
mates.
the threat of checkmate. Yeah. And if maybe bishop captures,
Yeah.
I believe you should be able to find a consolidating move here. Maybe just rook captures on e5.
With rook captures on e5, queen captures on c2.
Yeah, queen captures on c2, and we can follow it up with maybe just pawn to h3.
Well, I guess at this point, rook e8 should work.
Why not queen captures on b2? Why?
Well, mainly because the knight is still emprise in a way. But queen takes on b2 is also fine. There's
Because
also
if rook e8, then you can just take
bishop takes,
and then play
queen
e5.
e5, yeah.
I believe this should be fine. Bishop c6, the line continues.
Yeah.
Maybe, but then maybe
Knight.
just c5 or something.
No, I
There's
think
also queen check.
yeah, there's queen check.
Yeah, all that means.
And there's also knight
F4.
f4, yeah.
Yeah, so if we go back, so e5 seems to be looking tricky, but so far, okay, so instead of rook,
Instead of queen,
so what about rook here? Threatening checkmate.
checkmates.
What to do? What to do? So the easiest move looks like h3. However,
There's bishop captures,
rook captures.
and then there's queen captures, yeah.
There's queen or pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen check.
Yeah, queen check.
And then king h2. And then
And then-
black is looking good.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, let's see if Callistus has made a move. Callistus
Not
hasn't
yet.
made a move. So e5. Let's go back. e5. Is there anything? Because Callistus normally, if he sees a move and he thinks the move is good, he will play it. Almost
Yeah.
like once he calculates it, he sees it's good, he will play it. So if he hasn't played the move e5, it means that he's seeing something interesting. So is it possible to consider the move knight to d3?
Yeah.
Because you mentioned this pin
yeah,
earlier,
the queen
so
pin.
knight to d3 now.
Well, with knight to d3,
Yes, the bishop can't really capture.
no, the
Because
bishop can
Rook
capture.
check.
Yeah.
That's one. The pawn can't capture because of queen captures. The queen can't capture, of course. The rook
Yeah.
can't capture, and we are actually threatening to capture the pawn on e5 easily.
So
So this maybe knight d3 is the refutation of e5.
I'm still looking at rook c f8 or queen d. Yeah.
Rook-
No, queen to f6 is stronger now because now the knight has blocked the rook that should come to f3.
The problem is the never end. h3.
h3. Queen check.
Sure. No, maybe not. No. Let's go back.
Maybe not.
Instead, after h3, just pawn captures on d4.
I don't like that.
But what does it
Well,
mean?
because of okay. Oh, okay. Now the queen is protecting.
Yes, the queen is protected.
There's rook f4.
Rook f4. Interestingly, you can also, of course, give up the exchange.
Mm.
Pawn captures.
Rook times. Yeah. And then pawn takes.
And I believe white should not have any business playing for a win in this position.
Queen captures.
Not pawn, yeah.
Not pawn. Maybe pawn. Okay, I think no.
But
I
the
think
pawn will
maybe
still fall.
yeah. Maybe pawn. Pawn captures. Now, if rook takes, there's queen check on b8.
Okay.
You have to capture because if you don't, that pawn will become a thorn.
Well, it's not really a thorn. Actually, you can play it 6 because one of the pawns
Okay.
has to go forward, and then you can just
So,
pile up pressure on it.
If you play h6, then yeah, you could easily just go ahead with c6, c4.
Yeah, c4. But then I would then change my source of attack to the pawn on d3, which would fall.
Well, one pawn will definitely fall. The question is which. So at this point, you could go with queen to c7.
Yeah, but at the very least, what will happen? Wait, what have I done?
You can
Okay.
capture the pawn
Yeah,
immediately.
or it might just be captured.
Now queen captures.
And then maybe just the king hides. Yeah, no matter what happens here, black can't lose this position.
Well,
Black can't lose.
black is not meant to lose.
No, black can't lose. I think it's the same meant to lose. Gives hope. No, black can't lose this position.
Okay.
So,
At this point.
no, but since we have gone too far,
Yeah.
let's go back. Let's go back. And the move e5, we still have not found
A clear refutation.
a clear reputation. And Callistus is taking his time, a lot of time. So there has to be something. So we have to look at moves like queen g4, queen h3, and see maybe that's where his idea is. Queen g4, yeah? It's a move. But maybe just look at it. 1.25. How about rook captures on c4?
Rook captures on.
I was trying to.
Oh, okay. No, it won't work because there's still the queen in that position, and then the knight will be in price.
Is the queen in the position here? The knight is in price. Forcing moves.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I was looking at the possibility of knight h5. Obviously, that leads to checkmate, an immediate checkmate. So, I think knight e2 is still the go-to move in this position.
Yeah, but we didn't like it after queen f6, have we?
No, it was after rook c.
Let's see, knight e2.
Yeah.
What did we look at here? We looked at ed4, we looked at rook f8, and we looked at queen f6.
Queen f6 did not work because of the rook to f3. So
Rook f8.
rook f8. What was the problem with rook f8?
h3 after rook f8.
Yeah, so instead of h3, I don't think we should go h3.
Yeah, so we didn't like.
So instead of going h3, why not just go rook f3?
Yeah, but doesn't that just make the position a bit ugly?
Yeah, naturally.
And then you are completely in trouble. The king is too
Is
open.
it?
If you are a pawn up from that position, okay, e5 has been
played.
It is on.
Yeah. The
e5 has been played.
battle is on.
So let's go back here. After rook e3, h3, not h3.
Not actually. Bishop captures.
Bishop captures. Queen
Queen
captures.
captures.
Rook e4, e5.
But why rook
Let's
e4?
make line. So e5 has been played. This is where we have to start thinking about
Yeah.
e5.
I'm looking at the possibility of queen g4.
Yes, queen g4. Something we were looking at, queen g4.
Queen g4.
So asking what happens if rook f8
rook can capture.
on c4. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is why I was also, but there is, but what to do? Queen g4.
Yeah. I think I like queen g4. As after going through several options, yeah, I think queen g4.
But what about if you just ignore everything still and play rook c7?
Well, at this point,
Let's see if there is any message for us in the chat room. Okay, so
Yeah.
still our e5 that we are battling out.
okay, so at this point, I think, okay, rook can't capture basically because, well, the queen check is coming, and yeah, and that. Okay, maybe not queen g4, maybe queen f3 with the same idea.
Queen f3, you are killing yourself. Or queen h3, you mean?
No, queen h3 I meant, instead of queen g4. No,
but
queen h3. Same
still,
idea.
let's go.
Yeah, so with this, if we go rook captures, there's queen captures, then there's queen blocks, then there's queen exchange, then there's rook takes knights.
Okay, so let's put some moves on board.
Yeah, rook takes.
On e5,
Yeah, rook takes on e5, queen takes, queen blocks, queen takes, rook takes. No, not that rook. The rook on 5. Yeah,
and
the
then
rook takes, and then pawn push. Oh, they're still mates. They're still mates. Okay. Nine. Forward. Okay, so I guess that's part of the reason why it has to be queen g4. Yeah.
It has to be queen g4. Sounds like it's a move.
Yeah, well, the idea is queen h3 does not work. So let's look at queen g4 with that same variation. Looking at
g4.
yeah,
The same
queen,
variation.
queen g4, rook 8 c7, and now
Okay, and now
and now
any insights for us, Shifios? Okay, so I would like to see, just give me a moment, I would like to see how the players are. So Callistus,
stood
after
up.
playing e5, stood up,
Mm.
and I can see Abdulrahman just rotating in his chair, so that shows that he's a bit uncomfortable with the move e5. But was he about to make a move?
Yeah, no, he's still trying to find a way
Okay, so
out.
he was just adjusting himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Callistus is just in the room, just moving around with water in hand. Okay, so Abdulrahman is shifting from position to position. So that means he's changing from variation to variation. All right.
Well, but actually, seeing them live, as in directly over there, before now, when the knight f6 was supposed to happen,
Yeah.
as at that point in time, Callistus has been standing. From that period, I remember when, if you remember his game, when he had a when he was losing towards to Abdulrahman.
Oh, Queen
you will
G4
notice,
Queen
you will
G4
also
has been
notice-
played.
You will notice during that period that he was also moving
Okay,
on.
it was not. That's
I don't know if you
analysis.
understand. So I think anytime, it feels like anytime Callistus is in a back foot, he stands up to ease the tension around him. But this position maybe it might feel is winning at the moment that this is a change. But before now, that was the behavioral.
Well, also, different people stand up for different reasons. Sometimes I know that science recommends that after sitting down for like 45 minutes, you should stand up, take a walk, and stuff like that. So some players stand up, take a walk. Some players will not even stand up during the game.
Yeah.
I think Femi Balogun, for instance, he will only stand up when he feels his position is now okay. If he feels he's in trouble, he will sit there. You could, the world could be ending. I am Femi Balogun will just sit down there on the board and be looking. But once he finds a way to, get out of that problem, he will just suddenly stand up, and then, he'll go to the restroom. So yeah, different players have different reasons. But here I feel Callistus is feeling confident. He has found the move e5, which most likely would give Abdulrahman some problems. And Abdulrahman is just turning in his chair. He's just probably he probably has insulted himself in at least 6 different languages. Yeah, because he will probably feel like from the position he had, he doesn't have any business, having to figure out e5 in this position.
Yeah.
He just thought probably okay, I'm just cruising. So this is why, and yeah. So this is the problem.
So
I feel sorry. Just one more thing. I feel it's normally both players are really good at calculating. I know both players very well. So sometimes it might look as if these people are just making crass blunders, but I think maybe it's just the tension of the situation because I don't really understand why Abdulrahman would think for 20 minutes, play the moves, bishop captures on d6, queen captures on d6, then think for another 5 minutes before playing rook e4. Because the alternative, probably he was considering knight e2, just fails, of course, to queen captures on d4, which we looked at. So I think it's just the tension, because normally, and also here, if we go back to this position where Callistus played the move that allowing the sequence that allowed knight f6, and they played it so fast. I feel like both players normally would not allow such options. If you meet them in NFOC and you think, oh, I saw these guys playing at the chess duel challenge. Okay, these guys, I'm going to beat them. That's not how it is. Remember, there was a match between Nepo and Ding Liren, and people were saying there were so many blunders in this game. But it was just the tension. Because if you meet Nepo, if he gives you like 1 minute to your 1 hour 30 minutes, you'll probably still find a way to win.
Definitely. At that particular point, I was actually thinking the bishop would capture the knight and then gain the pawn on e6. But I don't know. No, not this point. But we can move on. Just a move. Yeah. Instead of the knight h5, I was thinking bishop captures and then rook captures. felt this was a good way going forward, but I guess it was not.
It looks interesting, but you would also there is some play.
Yeah, definitely.
White has lost the pawn, but then you have some play. But okay, maybe we'll come back to that and ask the this thing. The position has moved on. Abdulrahman has decided that he's going to play the move knight e2.
Yeah.
So knight e2 is the main line, and it's on the board. I feel like did we look at this?
Yes, we did.
Let me see.
We did.
Yes, we did. Okay,
We
so
did.
it's not. So knight e2 we looked at, and I think we considered rook f8
Rook
as a move.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight e2, rook f8, and this is what we thought was maybe critical. And, okay, we looked at queen f6. We didn't like it because of rook f3.
Yeah.
Then we looked at pawn captures on d4. Why didn't we like this?
Queen captures queen.
Aha,
Oh,
queen
yeah,
capture,
yeah.
of course. Queen capture. So the only move we thought was rook
Yeah.
f2. And okay, so
Mhm.
everything we said has been played h3.
Yeah.
However, here, what did we look at? I think we looked at
Bishop captures.
bishop captures.
Yeah. Bishop captures.
Or did we
Bishop-
look at check first? Or bishop captures? again?
Bishop captures. Rook captures.
Rook captures.
Then
and
queen
then
takes.
Queen captures on d4.
Yeah. Check.
So he gets the pawn
So
back.
most likely he's going to try to exchange pawns.
Well, that's
So that's
always,
probably what he's looking at. And he says maybe he's trying to just survive.
Mm.
No, well, not survive and just
No.
go for an equal endgame.
Yeah.
So those moves are already on the board.
Mm.
Let's go back. Bishop captures already played. Rook captures already played. And then we are expecting maybe.
Has to be queen captures. Can't be pawn takes.
I
Well,
was
there's
wondering if
also
there was
rook
anything to be
check.
said for rook check.
Yeah, but
Well, rook checking just leads to h2. That's the only move. So
Mm.
what else? What happens now after the rook check?
Mhm.
How does that affect the price of Gary in the market?
Well, queen will always take, even if rook check comes into play.
Queen check. Oh, okay.
Yes,
Queen blocks immediately.
Then rook check.
Then king steps up.
Then queen down.
The queen down.
Can you start playing for no. But there's
No,
no entries.
Queen
Queen
will
down.
just
I
capture
would
the
first
pawn.
take the pawn.
Just take the
Yeah,
pawn.
it seems
Then after
like,
you check,
Then
I go to the dark square.
yeah.
yeah. And
Then
it
what
doesn't
do you
seem-
have? You don't have any check anymore.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
check.
it doesn't seem like there is
Yeah.
enough.
No check.
It doesn't seem
anymore.
like there is enough.
Now white is even better.
Yeah,
Yes.
watch it better here because now you'll be planning rook f rook
Mhm.
f3.
Yeah.
So rook
Move on.
captures on e2. So we're expecting queen captures on d4.
Yeah.
Queen captures on d4.
Well, I guess. So with queen captures on d4, the yeah
Okay, queen captures on d4
played.
And
It has to
so
be
we're expecting
queen
queen
blocks.
e3
Yeah.
so that it just goes into
the end game,
an end game.
and you can't protect the pawn from behind because the queen captures queen will just leave the. Well,
How about queen check? With the idea of after
Queen
not,
check,
not
rook
queen
blocks.
check, rook blocks, yeah?
yeah, queen check rook blocks. So rook check is
But I
the
don't want rook check.
exactly. What?
It's king h2. Interesting. No, well, I mean it's an option. King h2, it's an option.
No.
The pawn is still hanging on e5. You can
Yeah,
still capture.
but
And you have not allowed any checks on so it's still fine.
no. The thing is, at this position, queen blocks ensures that the pawn in the center is well and truly attacked without putting to risk the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, but maybe it just feels like okay, it doesn't matter. My king is going to h2 anyway. Let's just keep it there. It's safe there. I'm attacking the pawn. All right, you respond.
Now,
I played king h2. What
Yes.
are you doing with black?
what am I doing with black?
Now,
Rook e7.
Yes, but now your pawns are now becoming your rooks look like they had.
I don't need the open file anymore. I have a pass pawn.
No, but it's not a pass pawn.
It is a pass pawn.
It's not a pass pawn.
Whether you
Yes,
like it or not, it is a pass pawn.
You
The-
can
the
you can
rook-
call it a pass pawn, but it's not exactly a pass pawn.
Now the thing is, the rook on c3 cannot really move from c3
Okay, so
except
you play e4 instead. E4. However, it's still not a pass pawn. Although there is the move queen here. So I was looking at queen here, but there is a move you can just
the check is there.
But okay, you play here. Maybe instead of queen, maybe queen e5 might even be better. I don't know. And then queen here. I was trying to find if rook f4 was good.
No, you're trying to, okay, well, I guess it's
Rook c7.
rook c7.
Okay, just queen captures.
Just
What
queen
am I-
captures.
what am I saying? What am I saying? Yeah, so queen e5. Queen e5 looks good. Let's go. Let's go. So queen, after e4 is played, of course, I think this position is now, I think the computer will now be saying 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, that's a possibility, but
I strongly believe.
because the thing is, with an immediate
I can also
queen,
play here.
the b2 pawn is gone.
Yeah, then you can just capture this.
Now,
And like I said, it's just equal. You just
now
exchange
that
pieces
now
and
that's
just-
the thing. Like, it's white was supposed to have a pawn ahead with the queen block.
No, but is it a pawn ahead?
Yes, white would have been a pawn ahead with the queen block.
However, it still looked very George. These
No.
games are looking.
The
He
thing-
has played queen e3, yeah?
Yeah,
But queen e3, queen e5. Why did he play queen e3, queen e5? I'm shocked about this queen e3. Like, if we're going to
It-
play queen e3, play
that's-
the move earlier.
exactly. That's what I was saying.
Like, why stress yourself like this? You played e4. Let's make that main line. Queen e3,
Yeah.
queen e5 check. Okay, queen g3. Okay, fine,
Mm.
that's fine. So maybe they are going to repeat now with queen d4. If they are kind to us once again. If they are kind, this is the time where we start prayers once again that let the players be kind to us. If queen d4 is played, I believe he's going to play queen e3. That's probably his move. So it's now black's decision if he wants to
go for the draw or not.
or keep the game going with the move rook f4.
Yeah.
So now we are hoping.
Why are we hoping? We are not hoping.
Fans all over the world
And rook has been played.
hoping for rook f4. The commentators hoping for queen d4 and rook f4 has been played. Callistus says, I think
I have something here.
Yes, I think I have a slight, edge. I have the right to push, and I feel he's trying to show that he's not afraid of anything.
Yeah.
Okay, but having said all this,
Okay.
and what about rook here with the idea of rook?
I think I would probably go for rook c4 instead. An immediate rook c4.
Rook c4.
It's an interesting idea, giving up the b2 pawn, taking the... But, no, this is not good. I think rook b3 is better.
No, but so the problem with rook b3 actually, I don't think it works
Okay.
because maybe h5.
h5, yeah.
Yeah,
I
with the
was-
idea of h4,
h4.
chasing this queen away from this
And
corner.
and white can't play h4 immediately.
No, but white can play h4 immediately.
Now it can't. The reason why it can't is because of queen f6. Now that will be bringing the king
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah. So no. I don't
Yeah.
think he'll play rook b3. Let's
Exactly.
Let's go back. So yeah, that's why I didn't want rook b3 anymore. I just suddenly saw the idea of h5, h4.
Yeah. I saw that idea earlier, but
So but rook c4. What do we
rook
say? Rook
c4, queen captures on b2,
Then just rook here.
then rook takes,
Rook takes.
then queen takes.
Then rook here.
Oh,
Okay, so after we've said all this, Abdulrahman just
this
decides that he
is-
wants to use the pin to
Yeah.
exchange some pieces. So he
an
played the move
interesting idea.
rook f2.
I think this will favor black in the long run, because now there's the possibility of queen f6.
Yeah, but queen f6 will exchange.
Yeah,
You can't win this endgame. White is even
Really?
the one that is better.
really?
Yeah,
How?
because of king.
The rook will just head on to. Okay.
Wherever
No.
the rook goes-
The rook does not move. G5.
Okay.
G5.
However, there is rook check.
Yeah. There's no problem with rook check. The king will just keep coming forward.
Why is there a rook here? Sorry, why do I have to check?
Yeah.
Play the king, but you can't play king f8. You can play king f8.
Yeah, king f8 is the only move there.
Because if rook here,
Then pawn
then
push.
pawn push.
Yeah. And now you're in serious trouble.
Is it serious?
Yeah, it is.
Is it serious? Okay.
It is.
So this is why maybe this is not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, you don't have to.
Mm.
You don't have to.
Yeah, so h4 has been played. h5 has been played.
Okay, so
Interesting.
that was also an option. Okay, but
Yeah.
okay, so h5 has been played. After rook f2, h5.
h5. Make that the main line.
Yeah, make main line. So this is move 35.
Yeah.
And the threat is simply that, okay, rook captures the f5, I'll capture with the rook.
Yeah.
And on my next move, I'm going to play the move pawn to h4.
Exactly.
I want to see the players'
Reactions.
Yeah. So once again,
Callistus is still
Yeah.
off his seat, and Triple A is about to move.
Triple is about to move, but he has made a move.
Captured.
I haven't seen it yet.
Captured.
Will be captured with the queen or
With the rook. Has to be with the rook.
the rook? Rook here, h5.
Rook captures.
Rook captures on f4. Of course, it's not. That was a transmission error.
Mm-hmm.
Rook captures on f4.
Yeah.
And now the threat of h4 would. Okay. So reconnection successful.
So rook check. King. Well, if rook check and king comes to
But there's this interesting trick.
f7.
I was thinking king h7 if you could try the move rook e8. But even that,
It doesn't work because the pawn will just be the difference.
yes, the pawn is looking like it just loses. However, I was hoping that it was a perpetual check.
Nah, not at all.
Yeah, but why not?
Well, king g8. Or wait,
Queen g6, I'm going to capture on
No.
g6 and then play king.
no, pawn g6.
On g6.
Yeah. Now you have to respond.
Wow. Okay, so this is not an option. This is not an option at all.
At all.
Okay. Okay, so rook check has been played.
Rook check has been played.
So there's king h7,
King-
but there's also king
King
f7.
f7. I think f7 will be better in this position.
There's also king f7. Okay, king h7.
King
played.
h7 played. Now I like rook c6.
And then rook c6.
Yeah.
A move with the stamp of approval of Putin's.
So the idea with rook c6 is to put more pressure on the king because of queen g6 possibility.
h4,
Queen g6
queen g6. King,
and then
sorry,
mate.
queen,
Oh, okay. Rook check,
rook check,
rook back.
rook back, and
Hmm.
it's a discovered check.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I also have some tactical
Yeah.
checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this
It's interesting.
has not been played. King h7 is the correct position.
Yeah.
So maybe, what is this? Is black suddenly? I'd like to see the players' body language. So we have
Callistus
Callistus off the board. So because he feels very confident, his moves are very clear. It's Abdurrahman who has to think and
find something.
yeah, try to find a way to comfortably draw this position, which is anything but
But easy.
so many.
Oh.
Because apart from the fact that the position on the board looks uncomfortable, you're also probably thinking to yourself, how did I get here?
Yeah.
How did I get here from the
Exactly.
opening position I had? So, so I believe these are some of the things going through, but he has to clear all those thoughts and try to find, is there a way? And well, we the commentators are finding it difficult. But I think when you are really in trouble, maybe that's when your powers come out, and then you try to find a way to defend such a position. However, there is a move we didn't talk about. What about the move rook f8?
Yeah. Makes sense. So,
Although g5 is there. Yeah.
yeah. So, pawn to g5. Pawn to g5. Pawn to g5. What happens?
Okay, after pawn to g5, maybe h4.
No, rook captures.
Okay, it's a check.
It's a check, and the queen is lost.
Okay, let's go back. A move has been made. Callistus, after queen rook check, Abdurrahman played the calm queen c3, saying, okay, there is no discovered attack because I can just exchange. I'm just going to exchange queens.
Why don't I like this? I'm looking at rook f5. Check.
Yeah, but first of all, we have to look at the
No. Yeah.
we have to look at the capture.
Well,
happens
the,
after the capture?
the capture does not help white. I mean, does not help black, because rook takes back and then holds the square for the pawn to move forward. And that's why I prefer rook f5. Rook just comes to e3. And then king comes to g8,
Do you want to
g1.
break?
No. King to g1 first.
Yeah, but the king then suddenly becomes.
Yeah.
Let's look at it. Because the king can't even cross.
Now, g4 is actually interesting in this position. Check.
Yeah, but g4, just ignore it. If you don't even want anything, you can just ignore it. And then the king is now protecting it, and then you can just free your rook for other.
Okay, maybe we should go back a few moves. I think g4 should have come in at some point in time. Okay, so rook takes.
But there's also the option of pawn takes, by the way.
Yeah, I don't like that option.
You might have to consider it.
Yeah, I get that one we might have to consider it, but the reason why I don't like the option is basically because it gives black too many advantages.
Yeah, but okay, let's look at rook and captures on f3 first.
Rook captures on f3 on c3.
So do you want g3 immediately? Okay, black is to play, so black plays pawn h4.
Yeah.
Black is pawn h4. And this is
I think I'll go for an immediate g4.
g4, yeah?
Yeah. I think I'll go for an immediate g4.
Okay, so black says, white says, I see you. But I don't believe you.
Okay.
So, but before he does that, we'll check king g.
Yeah.
So what if he starts with the more? What if he starts with the king here?
Yeah, then there's also king g2.
Yeah, but your rook doesn't have to be here. It can activate itself.
Yeah, you have to keep everything safe first before you think about activation. Now, rook e3. Whoa.
Okay, so all these things we are talking about have been nullified, and we have. So this is actually a complicated, really complicated position.
No.
Like this. Queen,
Go back.
rook, okay.
So queen c3,
Queen c3 was played,
and then queen
e6 was
e6.
played,
Yeah,
and then we can make this the main line
yeah.
that we have been looking at. So this is the current position. People, okay, sorry, let's check out some of the things that are. Oh, there have been some messages on stream. What's wrong with taking on e5? Checkmate. I'd like to investigate that position. In the position rook c8, king h7, rook f8 is interesting. In this position, rook to c8,
King h7,
King
rook
h7.
f8. Yeah, that was the position we were analyzing.
yeah, it's interesting. Or
Yeah.
there is rook c6, there is g5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all that is a wrong plan, guys. The g4 in this rook ending, just king g1 and make the rook active on the 7th rank. Yeah, okay, yeah.
But
It seems rook endgame.
But with this position,
but it looks complex because the pawn
is rook c7 not making this a bit more complicated?
okay. So rook c7 then.
Yeah,
We want to put
yeah,
pressure on.
yeah.
Okay, rook c7. But he defends easily.
Yeah, it defends easily, but at the same time,
It defends easily. Okay, so after rook to c7, what are you going to do?
That's the question.
There's rook f7.
Rook f7, rook captures f7.
Yeah, but the pass pawn. You were the one who talked about the pass pawn.
Yes, because now the pass pawn, queen goes to e5, and the pass pawn is, well, not as passed as, yeah,
Queen g6.
only
h4.
move. Well, king comes to g1.
Why is the king going to g1? Because queen c4. Okay, so he's threatening. So he wants to exchange queens.
Wow. What exactly is going on?
No, but I feel it's a move. It's a move. Everybody
Yeah.
is.
No,
So it's not easy to navigate.
at all. It's
It turns
not.
out that even with just queen and rook, versus queen and rook, it's very difficult to navigate.
I
There are so
agree.
many.
I agree. There are so many pitfalls and
Yeah.
ideas.
And don't forget that both of them are getting low on time. So probably he's just looking at
The move that
Yeah.
just keeps everything balanced.
yeah. So I think his idea is that he feels like if queen exchange is forced because
Rook
of
check. The position.
rook check. I believe.
Rook blocks. Rook can block. That's a check.
Yes, rook and block.
That's a check. That's an open
Oh,
check.
that's a check.
Mm-hmm.
So what's his idea? After queen e5, after queen.
No, you just go back for the.
Okay, he goes back and then
goes
says.
back. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do this again.
Yes. So if queen e5, then queen back to c3.
back to c3.
Okay, so we might get the chance to then see the end game that we were talking about. Okay,
Yeah.
so Papa was saying that there was a better way that he
Okay.
just feels king g1 and then activate the rook, which looks good. Okay,
No,
so
but it's black to play first. So
okay, no, we talked about h4.
h4.
So he's saying king,
King
g1.
g1. Okay.
And then
King g1.
okay, king g6.
Yeah, exactly.
And if rook c7, is it possible to play
Yes,
king f6?
exactly.
So, Papa, what about this option of playing this? Although, okay, you can just capture. If the pawn tries to push,
Yeah, what will happen?
then rook e8. Rook
Then,
e8.
then rook behind the pawn.
Yeah, but then suddenly
The
king,
king
can
and move to f1.
can move to f1 and then to e2. Yeah.
Okay,
So-
no.
So
At this point, rook to c4.
yeah, but rook to c4, then just pawn to c3. Pawn to c3 just defends the pawn. So why can't you try
Wait.
king?
What happens to rook to f2?
Rook to f2. Why now?
No, after
just
the
play
pawn
the
push.
move.
Oh, okay, after the
So you
pawn push.
play-
Yeah, you go up, then rook to f2.
Yeah, but then now there is a rook check,
Check.
and then it
And
just.
the, yeah.
So Papa was absolutely correct, saying that we should just keep the rook active. Why don't we keep the rook active? Why are we trying to defend it?
Okay.
But
so,
the
yeah, they've gone
F-
for the
FM.
the second part.
Is this going to be a draw? Are we going to see a draw?
It's looking like it.
We are. I mean, the players. We are exhausted. The commentary section. So I believe the players too will be super exhausted. So just give us
So,
this draw.
Okay, so from
But
this
I feel
position,
like Callistus wants to push. So maybe he's going to capture on c3.
from this position,
Is it possible to, after rook a8, to play maybe
king, yeah,
king f7? But then can't you just check him back?
yeah, then king e6, king e6.
Oh, wait. Maybe it wasn't necessary because I was thinking we were going to just come here and then come here.
Yeah, it's
But
well,
the king is becoming too active.
that's the idea.
Okay, but still, yes, rook here. And then you just continue to check the king.
Now rook f2 works.
Rook f2, but you just continue to check the king.
Yeah, check. King will come to.
No, it doesn't work.
It works. King to. Yeah, king to d5.
And then just rook here.
Yeah, and then rook takes.
Yeah, but you've just captured the pawn, and I'm a pawn up. I just bring my rook here, and white is better. You've captured the assets. Huh? What is
Yeah.
that has to be white is better now. White
Well,
has to be better.
not. Well, we can't say totally better because white's king is still on the last rank, and
Yeah,
it's,
but the rook just comes here and activates, and you just capture. You just start capturing pawns.
and the main idea right now is
Okay.
the queen side pawn.
Okay, what happens?
So king to no, c5.
Okay, king to c5. So we are keeping an eye on the live board. We are waiting for if there will be a threefold repetition. Let's see in the. Okay, so Callistus is still thinking and trying to see if he has a right to push. Probably he does, but we will get back.
b5 now.
b5.
Yeah.
And
I give you the pawn.
I might not even take it.
Yeah. No, you take it.
Takes rook here, move here, rook takes. Okay, so if I take it
Then rook takes.
and then I come here
Rook. Yeah.
and then I take it
And then rook takes.
and then I push my pawn. Maybe it's still a draw.
Maybe.
Still a draw because this is fast
Yeah.
and these 2 pawns maybe might compensate.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back. let's go back.
Yeah.
So
It's
we are
an
waiting.
interesting idea.
I'm thinking that it's possible that queen captures on c3 quickly. I feel like Callistus just, but also he wants to make sure that he's not losing maybe.
So you were talking about b times c3 at some point.
B times c. No, but if this rook endgame just draws, then there's no need for b times c3, I guess. So,
No, just for the sake of those that are following.
so the reason I was suggesting b times c3 is because the rook can just easily come behind the pass pawn, and the rook is already active on this thing. So
Yeah.
the double pawns is aesthetics.
It's not just about the double pawns because now we have the rook coming to f2
Yeah. So
and then picking those 3 pawns, give or take.
no, I don't think it's 3 pawn bad. I'm not sure. The opponents will just
Well, rook captures, pawn push. Yeah,
So am I too slow?
very. Then rook takes.
Rook takes.
Then rook takes.
Rook takes. Okay.
Funny thing, I could have even continued pushing instead of.
No, but let's stick to the one. Let's see rook takes here. Okay, so all that is wrong. Okay, GG to you.
After
just
rook
keep-
c7,
after
rook f6 looks like a very strong move. Okay.
we have looked at so many positions that I'm not sure where rook c7 is. Okay, so let's go back here. After coming here, queen went to c. No. Where's the main line? So queen to c4, queen e5. Let's make this the main line.
Yeah, make that the main line.
So queen c3 was played. Queen captures is what we want to see.
We're trying to see.
And if rook captures, then h4.
Yeah.
Then he said king g1.
Mm-hmm.
Said king g6.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is where he's talking about rook c7. So I think he's saying rook f6.
But what happens to rook behind the pawn? Yeah.
What is he referring to? Is this the position he's referring to?
If this is the position, then rook.
Or Or does it mean
D7.
king f6? No, it can't mean king f6. King f6 was a move we calculated.
Yeah.
So that means it's talking about rook f6, trying to bring this rook here.
Mm.
So if this rook comes here, he
Comes
wants to
here
play
first.
king f5.
Mm.
However,
King also steps
comes in. And
Okay, now we have rook d6.
rook e6, you mean?
Rook d6.
Yeah, but does this work?
Rook e6, yeah. Yeah,
Does this work?
it works. At least.
I think that's with so much confidence.
No. Well,
Because the rook
It-
can just capture. What is working? That's
okay.
I think it works.
No, it doesn't.
So
It doesn't.
yeah, so
Okay.
we are waiting if. But Callistus has spent so much time. And
No, he has to.
well, because
He has the time. So if he's going to take a draw, he has to think about all the position, all the
well,
possible.
yeah, I mean, it's interesting to put FM Abdulrahman on the hot seat, making him, think and squirm in his chair. Sorry, just give us 1 second, guys. We want to make sure that this device is
Hmm.
right.
An interesting move has been played.
Okay, so Callistus is going to keep us here for another start of the game. So if Callistus believes that
So this is the new main line. That's quite interesting. Okay. And
I'm going to c4 play,
Hmm.
anticipating.
Yeah.
So what if he plays queen e5 now? Do you finally get to draw?
No. Queen c3 has to be played again for the draw to have effect.
So, queen. So for the fact that he didn't take too much time before playing queen c4, it seems like he had anticipated
Yeah.
the possibility of queen g5
Mhm. And this
and
is
of queen g5. Okay, he said no, not at that point. So we were a bit confused about the point where you were talking about rook c7. Yeah, we felt it should not be at that point, but I'm not sure which point it was.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll try to get back into it on maybe when we're interviewing the players to ask them if they try to evaluate the rook endgame. However, queen c4, yeah?
Yeah, queen c4.
Come on. Just bring the queen to e5, bring the queen to c3, accept the draw. Make me happy once again.
Well,
Come on.
it's actually interesting.
Okay, so let's try to dive into what can be possible. If let's say a move like, is it h4?
Let's
Or what are you
look at a move like rook f6.
Okay, rook f6.
Yeah.
No problem. So okay, I like this move. You don't have any checks when the king gets to g6. Okay, but after the check, where are you going to?
The first thing is to go to, I'd say h.
So h6, you first
H6,
check here.
then
King
king
g8, you go
G8,
here.
Then king will have to. Oh, okay. Now that pawn is emprise.
Yeah. So maybe rook f6
Rook
might not be
f6
possible.
might not be possible.
Because yeah, although you stop this check, but
We could have even captured immediately.
oh sorry. Yeah, captured. All right. So
Hmm.
okay. So h4. Let's try h4.
Yeah, h4 was always,
Check. The king goes where?
yeah.
h6. Queen check.
King comes to
No, 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 no. Why am I checking the king?
g6.
Can't you go to
Queen, rook instead.
rook to c6? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I like the queen check first. I think I like the queen check first.
Okay. Queen check.
Yeah, takes it to then rook check.
Then rook check. And
Mhm.
then what?
That's the question.
Is it rook f6 or what?
I'm thinking if rook f6, the pawn is still in
Yeah,
price.
the queen e4 check.
Yeah, the queen
So the
e8
queen,
check.
if the queen has to move,
Yeah, she's
then you
e7.
have. Oh, well, it seems like we kind of lost the camera there. But I hope everyone can still hear us.
Hmm.
I hope everyone can still hear us. Okay, so we have to go for a few minutes. We'll be back,
Yeah.
and yeah, we'll be following the live action. Although this is a critical moment, but it seems like we have to. Okay,
Take
some moves have been
a
some
short
moves
break.
seems have been played.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
I was
Wow.
thinking about this, but I didn't think it was going to go through with it.
Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to leave you with the players only. Okay, so the players, so that you can see the players. Yeah, it's not fine. So that you can see the players and their
Okay.
reaction.
Players.
Okay, so we'll just leave it here, and we'll quickly take a break while we fix. Okay, so I think the peaceful resolution has been reached. Um, it's the game ends in a hard-fought draw. Hard-fought draw. It's possible that both players were winning at some point into, or let's put it like this, but both players had good chances at some point in the game. Um, I feel like the question that we'd really want to ask FM Abdulrahman, for instance, is what happened? Why didn't he play the move rook to knight to f6 check when he had the opportunity? Okay, so we are going to ask him that. We are hoping that we get both players into here. We might not be able to have a video feed because we lost the video, but I think you'll be able to differentiate their voices. And if some people who can't, I would indicate who is answering the question. All right. So if you have any questions for the players, please drop it in the comment section so that we can know exactly what we are going to ask them. If you have maybe any point in the game where it was where you felt that, okay, I wanted to know what exactly was the player thinking here, why did he spend so much time, or why did he play this move so fast, anything you have, any questions you have, please drop it. And if we can get the players into here, we would then ask them those questions. I think the question I have is knight f6. At this moment, if we can go back to that moment, the question I have here is maybe what happened? Why did he not play the move knight to f6, which we considered? Maybe it was he saw something interesting there. So that's one question. Yeah. So also I would ask Callistus how he felt after the opening, because it seemed like he was in a bit of trouble in the opening. Maybe it wasn't too much trouble, but it seemed a bit uncomfortable with the weakness on e6, the dark squares around the position, and possibilities of d5, knight b5, d5, knight b5, rook d3, all possibilities, ideas of bishop e5, rook g3. There were some interesting options there that we would like to ask the players. I would personally like to ask the players, and I think people would want to find out what they were thinking. Also, after it seemed like FM Abdulrahman gained the advantage, he played the move queen to d2, which at first seemed a bit soft. Maybe it's the best move, but yeah, these are the things we want to know. He played, after this, he played a3 followed by queen d2, which seemed a bit soft. It seemed like these pieces looked like maybe something violent was more, there was a more direct way to play instead of just the positional queen d2. But I mean, I'm sure the positional queen d2 also keeps some of the opening advantage. All right, let's see what other points in the game did we. So before the players get here, yeah, Abdurrahman seemed to be prepared as white with the Trompowsky, and FM Callistus played normal, sensible-looking moves. However, it seemed like playing normal, sensible moves wasn't the way to go here, because he quickly found himself in what looked like what looked to be, a position where it was slightly worse. So, I mean, would ask the players. I hope we get them on stream in some minutes. We have 6 rook times. Yeah, so first of all, we would like to ask him about this rook to d3. We would ask him about this rook to d3. So let me mark the moment where rook to d3. I'm going to try to... Oh. So we can't put a comment here. All right. Okay, rook d3. And after the brilliant blow e5, if he suddenly became worried that, okay, maybe he's not losing. Maybe he just loses all of his advantage, e5. h3, queen captures, queen g3. And here it was starting to look like black was taking over. But some precise looking moves, and we got an equal rook endgame, which they promptly agreed to withdraw. Alright, so waiting for some of the players. Hopefully we will get some answers. Good games. The screening room is removed from definitely. On the spot. Okay, guys. Okay. So we have the players live on stream, like I said. So for some people who don't know, the players, I would indicate who is answering the question in case you don't know their voices.
It's live.
I will indicate who is answering the question. So we'll just ask them a few questions because they have to prepare for their next round. The video showing actually is on your own stream.
Okay.
So, please, the first moment that everybody really wants to know is why not knight f6 at this moment, where we were all wondering that why not after rook c3, why not knight f6? This was the moment when we were wondering about.
Yeah, I just didn't like the structure. After he gives up the exchange, I saw that he would take on c3 and take on a3.
Yeah, we saw that, and we were saying that after knight c3, so what were you calculating?
Rook takes f6.
Rook takes.
Compulsory.
Bishop
takes.
Okay.
Rook takes c3.
Rook takes c3.
Yes.
Okay, pawn takes.
Yes, I saw.
Then bishop, and then we were asking that we continued the line, we saw queen b8, and we thought it's not even possible for. How will black continue?
King up. King up is fine.
King up, and then bishop e5, and then we thought the pawn on a5 can't run because of b6, and the rook is coming to the a1 square, and everything looks to be good for what?
What about bishop b2 immediately?
here or when?
Right now, Bishop B2. What's wrong with Bishop B2? I know I'm not winning, no, but
Okay, so yeah, we I think there was some possibility.
I
We
feel
looked
by
at maybe
some
rook,
miracle.
rook here and then rook here. We thought.
okay.
And
to
then
play
there was
that
also
attack.
There's also
queen
queen
H8.
H8.
Yeah, these were the
Okay,
options that we
okay,
looked at.
okay,
We thought
okay.
we didn't look at the engine, so we didn't know the
Yeah,
evaluation,
it
but it
looks-
looked
it looks
really
winning, yeah.
because the move queen B8
But,
looked before bringing the bishop back looked strong.
Let's go back.
Okay.
Let's go back. I think I would hesitate before playing.
Okay, so this is Callistus answering. Okay.
Yeah, I think I would hesitate before playing bishop times a pawn. The a pawn is going nowhere.
Okay.
I have both the a pawn and the c pawn.
All right.
Okay, there, and
So-
are you sure there was no problem with pawn to f4?
Yeah. So F4
Wait,
was
why
checked,
not
then-
queen? Why not activate the queen? Queen a4. Because the only way to survive this kind of position is to try to cause your own trouble on the board.
Okay, queen A4. This one we definitely did not check out.
You
Are you
understand?
sure there's no
And I'm
problem
not-
with f4?
No, we checked F4. I think we
the
were
computer?
not sure.
Okay,
No,
my
we were just
F4.
looking at queen G4, queen G5.
Yes.
No,
So-
F4
so
can,
queen
F4
G4
can be
and also
problematic
F4.
because I'm
So
bringing back.
here we looked at maybe queen G4.
No, not is it here?
Yes, here.
Yeah, that was the only option where it's possible.
Oh no, I didn't consider F4 is just
G4.
is a nothing move.
And then the bishop will come here, and then the rook will come here, and then there is an attack against. We thought there was an
Yeah,
attack.
the
against
pawn is gone. I won't play F4. The only thing that can save me in this kind of position is to maintain
sorry.
my structural
So this
integrity.
is, Callistus,
So,
queen A4. We were
If
talking
I'm
about
going
queen
to
A4.
survive this position, I'll probably play queen a4. Just let my queen move around the board and see whatever it can do. If I can, I would prefer to capture on c2 than to capture on a3 yet, because a3 will surely fall. So capture on c2, attacking
Yeah,
g2.
but well, yeah.
So the queen is unable to move. And when I capture on c2, I'm also threatening bishop times g. Okay, that endgame is dubious. No, I won't do that. But just capture on c2 and continue playing the position. Or even capturing on a3. It's not as bad as it looks.
Yeah,
A4,
it
A5.
was not based on calculation that I rejected it. I just rejected it based on just this
It looks,
structure.
the way it
Just if
looks.
but if I saw like a clear win, I'd have played it. But also, you see, I misunderstood something. I thought that he's in a bind.
Oh.
So I missed f4. So I thought that okay, how bad can it be if I play rook d3?
Yeah, we
How
thought
bad can
how
it be?
bad?
You understand? Because if all his pieces are bad, even if there's no immediate win, but if I tie him
No.
down. So what I missed was bishop c4 and f4.
At this point, I was already
It was
happy.
very clever.
I was happy with my position here, even though I'm losing. Why I was happy is because you had a better way to go about the attack, not knight h5. I was considering ideas like this. If you can get this rook to h3, then provoke me to push the pawn first before you continue. That's what I thought would have been stronger. But I don't know what the engine might say.
Okay.
So
Okay, so also this point, sorry, in the opening, after bishop, you said you felt you were a bit bad in the opening,
No,
after the opening.
after bishop d3, I knew I was supposed to go knight f6. I knew there's no point leaving that 9 there. The 9 belongs on f6. Earlier, I think what happened in this opening, what happened is that it's kind of my, how would I call it? I like being experimental at times. So in this position, after bishop f4, 9 d5, there's bishop h4, then there's a line with h4 g5. Yes, that's the line. So I wanted to play the same idea against bishop f4, but in the moment where it occurred, I got, is it cold feet, or how would you call it? I was like, no, it's not necessary. Because if I really wanted to continue the idea, I would have gone g5, maybe rook g8, and I know that's the kind of game I want to play. So yeah, I got cold feet and I decided to go for c5, which is not a bad move as well. But after bishop d3, yeah, I felt my decision to just continue with e6 was bad. I spent a lot of time here. I felt this decision was bad. Well,
Okay, so you felt knight f6 was better.
yeah, from the resulting position, it looked like, yes, I had compensation, but I think the manner in which I went about it, probably f5 was just not in the spirit of a position. I should have just gone here after knight c3. I probably should have just gone maybe b6, or after capture's captured. Okay, bishop there, knight here, b6 right now. b6.
Oh, okay. Trying to
Yes.
keep it with the
Yes,
bishop instead
so
of
when he
flipping it
castles, I play bishop b7. This was a better way to play the position. Or aside b6 self, I also had 9d7. So when he castles, I go knight f6.
Okay.
Understand? I can, if he tries to gang up against the pawn, I don't really need to babysit it. The point here is that the position is open enough for my bishops to play in this case.
Okay.
You understand? So this is a better position than what happened in the game.
So the next critical moment, the next critical moment that we were thinking was after here, when the position suddenly seemed to be better for white, f3, rook captures on f3, and then b6. We were shocked that you just played a3 and queen d2, playing positionally immediately. If in case maybe there was some, because suddenly it seemed like b6 is still not yet
Okay.
developed.
Too slow.
Yeah,
but
it
what are
seems
you going
so.
to do? D5
No,
immediately?
Well, we're not sure, but it just felt like there was something. We were still analyzing the move knight b5, and then we suddenly saw a3 queen d2 on the board. So we're wondering that was there no way to be
Yeah,
energetic?
No,
I wasn't
knight
sure
b5
whether there was
a6.
anything.
Knight b5 is a waste of time. a6.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
looking at that. We were looking at that, but not with the idea of knight c7 per se, but
The
maybe
thing
the
is,
idea of c3.
I think
bishop e5 and rook g3. We're just checking some ideas,
I
but
think
we
the
didn't,
way you
we didn't
played
know
it.
we didn't know what was good. But you played so fast, so I thought maybe you were still in preparation. That's what we were trying to understand. Were you still?
No. I just felt that the correct way to. Then I also thought that the bishop coming to b7 should not be so great because the e6 pawn will be permanently weak.
Yeah. Also,
So,
yes. To
I
consider
just
the
I just
rook
concluded
e3
that-
preventing the. even
Yes,
the-
I did consider that. But yeah, so I just came to the conclusion that I'm just trying to play against the pieces.
Okay.
That's all I'm trying to do here. Because I didn't see a knockout blow. Of course, I considered knight b5. I considered d5, but I didn't really get the.
I think
reason
the way you
why-
approached it was the correct way because there's really nothing yet. You still have to build it up.
Yeah,
And
I
you're able
thought
to build it
after
up in
queen
the game.
d2, all my pieces will be in the game, and then the e6 pawn will be weak.
Yeah, so the next moment where I think we had Afam in Didi here, and he found an interesting move somewhere that made an idea work. So rook e3, queen d7, rook here, to play knight c6.
Yeah, I saw knight c6. I was worried about pawn push.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
pawn
actually
push,
thought he
we
would play
thought-
knight c6.
We
Bishop
thought bishop
c5.
c5,
Yes.
and if it takes
I saw
to
it.
play queen captures.
Yeah, I saw
This was
this.
a
I thought
family.
this was.
So we're wondering how what
yeah,
you were.
yeah, I thought this was.
Yeah,
I
so
was,
because the knight now comes to the ideal six, maybe more ideal
Yes.
square than
Yeah.
a6.
I thought this was an issue.
Oh, you considered that, you thought, okay, so what were you
Yes.
planning to do if knight c6?
Well, I hadn't made up my mind. I was still contemplating that is it really possible to play d5? But then he just played knight a6, and that.
Yeah.
knight
Yeah,
So
but
you
I
didn't
was
consider
worried,
knight
I was
c6
worried
was
that
just
knight
simple.
c6 might be
Huh?
strong. Yeah.
I considered it, but I didn't think strongly of it because
No, but I think I also considered that maybe I would play queen e1. I was thinking maybe I can play queen e1, but I don't know. Maybe he has time to just play bishop f6 and knight e7.
Bishop
I'm
f6,
trying to get you.
97, 95.
But I was thinking, yeah, but I realized that d5 is not as straightforward as
Okay.
it looks. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, so the game flowed.
No,
and-
let's go back.
Okay.
You're not in the main line.
Sorry, knight a6, queen e1. It seemed like the d5 idea just doesn't really work.
Yeah,
So,
d5 is just freeing me up.
it's
I
starting
think
to play
I think
positionally.
Yeah,
I
but-
ramped up my
Yeah, but how
position
bad
somehow.
can this be? I thought that this must be fantastic.
for white. Yeah, it looked visually. It looked
Yeah, I could have
pleasing.
stepped away with my king.
Yeah, king h8. We thought.
King h8 was
But we were
just
surprised
simple.
that you played it so fast. Like you played knight d5 so fast.
No. I knew what I was going for. I think.
Yeah, we saw
At
the
some point-
tactical trick of f4, but
No. I wasn't. How would I put it? I know my position is worse,
Yeah.
and I know okay he has an attack. Maybe king h8 is best, but I wasn't really looking for the best move at that point. I think part of it was the anger and the frustration of the way I'm playing. I know I'm playing terribly. You understand? So I was just looking for practical solutions, and I saw that variation. For me, I saw the variation with 9d5, and I get to exchange a lot of pieces, and I enter a position where my bishop would sit comfortably on d5. So I was very fine with him taking off one of like the major attacker. Once that knight is off the board, once both knights are off the board and my bishop sits on d5, I would happily give it up for a rook. I don't think I would lose that position, even if the engine might disagree. So that was what was going through my mind. So I wasn't worried about knight f6. Even without f4 idea, I wasn't really worried about knight f6.
To give up you were not worried about giving up the exchange?
No, I wasn't worried. If my bishop would sit comfortably on
d5.
on d5, I'm not worried.
Okay, so that proceeded, and then suddenly after this, it seemed like.
Wait, let's go back a bit.
Okay.
Instead of okay. Continue.
Okay, so instead of bishop d6, you know, it seemed critical. Were you considering h3, all these ideas? Because suddenly after capturing on d6, you seem to take a few moments again.
I think you underestimated bishop d6.
Yeah, we're saying that we hope that. We're wondering if you were not going to blunder the move.
I was thinking that was good until I understood that queen d4
was. Yeah, so okay. So yeah, at that point, so you just, after the e5 move, you just thought.
And let's see e5. E5 queen g4. That was the major move I was worried about.
Yeah, e5 queen g4. We thought rook c7.
Yes, rook c7 cannot be anything.
Just keeping the position and just waiting. What is black and white going to do?
I think his idea was take on e5 because there's no check again.
If you take on e5, then what was black doing? You've lost another pawn and your bishop is under attack.
Did you consider taking on it?
So you cannot play rook c7.
Did we consider rook f4? What did we consider here? We consider something. I think rook f4.
This looks strong.
No, it's not.
Was this what we considered?
It's not.
Okay, just rook takes f4.
You can even take the queen. Okay, there's mate too. Let me be careful.
Yeah, there's mate. You have to play rook takes f4.
What's wrong with queen takes f4? Okay, you allow that check. So rook takes f4, yes. Rook takes f4.
It doesn't work, yeah? What's something...
I think this variation works. Queen takes pawn.
No, does it?
So after queen g4, was there a solution?
Queen takes pawn. Rook takes g4. Any of the...
Rook takes what?
Okay, you can't take on g4 because there's mate threat. Yes.
No, but this is winning already now. What's
Okay,
it?
you can.
That's
You can.
That's h3, yeah. This is already winning.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe queen g4 was the way. Maybe we would see in a moment. And
But no. Let's go back. Not rook c7. Rook c7.
Okay. Not rook
I
c7.
dismiss rook c7.
Okay. All right.
The fact if d times e5 is working, the variation is just.
What move did we look at? Okay. We didn't look at rook f.
This mouse is not friendly with me. Okay. So what I considered, I considered both queen f8 and rook f8. I think I settled for this.
Oh, but if this is false, then this is very good.
Captures.
No, wait. What about queen d5? Queen d5. No, after rook takes c4.
Yeah.
No. Okay, pawn takes e5.
Yes, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Pawn takes e5. Yeah.
Okay, so we will not take too much of your time because of the preparation. Yeah. So
the duration is. Wait, let's go to that end game.
The final. The end game. Yeah. If we wondered if you considered the move queen c3 seriously at all at any point, like queen captures on c3 going for the end game, but maybe it's nothing.
Queen captures on c3. I wasn't confident of that end game.
Maybe playing h4 king here, but maybe it was nothing. But okay, you wanted to point out something.
It looked like a draw to me. That's why I was. H4.
Yeah. Were you at any point worried about when the queen came to e5 and the rook came to f4?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. The only problem was time. I started getting low on time. So I wasn't sure about that endgame. No, I was not sure about this endgame.
Yeah.
But I thought he should be drawing. Like,
Yeah, we
shouldn't be so
were wondering why you played King H2. We thought, okay, if you wanted to just draw the game, why not just go for the direct Queen E3? We were not sure what you
Oh,
saw.
well, I wasn't sure. Queen D1.
Queen,
Yeah,
okay,
Queen
Queen
D1.
D1. Alright. Queen D1.
I will try not to exchange queens, but
And
this
then
it
King
should
H2.
used to be an individual.
And then King E5. Queen
Should still be
E5.
an individual.
After the rook comes to F1.
And then what?
Queen E5.
Okay,
No, my
okay,
rook
okay,
should not. My
okay,
rook should
okay.
not come to F4.
Okay, just
F1.
take on. Okay.
If my rook comes here, it's doing nothing.
Yeah, so we were wondering, we thought you wanted to just say, okay, this game, and then.
No, but even here, if he just plays rook F5, why is the game is not finished now? Like, it's not as if I don't think white has much. Yeah, the game continues. I don't
Position
think,
is tricky.
yeah, but I don't think is that. Yeah, maybe.
But even,
H5.
sorry, not, I believe, sorry, go back. Instead of King H2, was Rook E1 the move we looked at?
No, rook e1 is not good.
Rook
No,
E1, rook
after
F1.
No.
Yeah,
After
Queen-
check,
Yeah, Rook E1.
rook e1 is not
Rook
good because of
F1.
this.
Okay, what happened after the capture?
After captures,
Okay.
I think we get similar to what happened in the game. Yeah, it's similar. It's very similar.
Maybe not cool.
All right. So thank you very much, and best of luck to you guys in the next round. All right. So the players joined us for a brief analysis. We'll end it here, guys. Thank you for joining. We'll see you in the next round. Bye for now.